Meditations, Book 1. From my grandfather Verus, decency and a mild temper. From what they say and I remember of my natural father, integrity and manliness. From my mother, piety, generosity, the avoidance of wrongdoing, and even the thought of it. Also simplicity of living, well clear of the habits of the rich. From my great-grandfather, not to have attended schools for the public, to have had good teachers at home, and to realize that this is the sort of thing on which one should spend lavishly. From my tutor, not to become a green or blue supporter at the races, or side with the lights or heavies in the amphitheatre, to tolerate pain and feel few needs, to work with my own hands and mind my own business, to be deaf to malicious gossip. From Diognetus, to avoid empty enthusiasms, to disbelieve all that is talked by miracle-mongers and quacks about incantations, exorcism of demons and the like, not to hold quail fights or be excited by such sports, to tolerate plain speaking, to have an affinity for philosophy, and to attend the lectures first of Bacchaeus, then of Tandasis and Marcianus, to write essays from a young age, to love the camp bed, the hide blanket, and all else involved in the Greek training. From Rusticus, to grasp the idea of wanting correction and treatment for my character, not to be diverted into a taste for rhetoric, so not writing up my own speculations, delivering my own little moral sermons, or presenting a glorified picture of the ascetic or the philanthropist, to keep clear of speechifying, versifying, and pretentious language, not to walk around at home in ceremonial dress, or do anything else like that, to write letters in an unaffected style, like his own letter written to my mother from Sinuessa, to be readily recalled to conciliation with those who have taken or given offence, just as soon as they themselves are willing to turn back, to read carefully, not satisfied with my own superficial thoughts, or quick to accept the facile views of others, to have encountered the discourses of Epictetus, to which he introduced me with his own copy. From Apollonius, moral freedom, the certainty to ignore the dice of fortune, and have no other perspective, even for a moment, than that of reason alone. To be always the same man, unchanged in sudden pain, in the loss of a child, in lingering sickness, to see clearly in his living example that a man can combine intensity and relaxation, not to be impatient in explanation, the observance of a man who clearly regarded as the least of his gifts his experience and skill in communicating his philosophical insights. The lesson of how to take apparent favours from one's friends, neither compromised by them nor insensitive in their rejection. From Sextus, a kindly disposition, and the pattern of a household governed by the paterfamilias, the concept of life lived according to nature, an unaffected dignity, intuitive concern for his friends, tolerance both of ordinary people and of the emptily opinionated, an agreeable manner withal, so that the pleasure of his conversation was greater than any flattery, and his very presence brought him the highest respect from all the company. Certainty of grasp and method in the discovery and organization of the essential principles of life. Never to give the impression of anger or any other passion, but to combine complete freedom from passion with the greatest human affection. To praise without fanfare, and to wear great learning lightly. From Alexander, the grammarian, not to leap on mistakes, or captiously interrupt when anyone makes an error of vocabulary, syntax, or pronunciation, but neatly to introduce the correct form of that particular expression by way of answer, confirmation, or discussion of the matter itself, rather than its phrasing, or by some other such felicitous prompting. From Fronto, to understand the effect of suspicion, caprice, and hypocrisy in the exercise of absolute rule, and that for the most part these people we call patricians are somewhat short of human affection. From Alexander the Platonist, rarely, and never without essential cause, to say or write to anyone that I am too busy, nor to use a similar excuse advancing pressure of circumstances, in constant avoidance of the proprieties inherent in our relations to our fellows and contemporaries. From Catullus, not to spurn a friend's criticism, even if it may be an unreasonable complaint, but to try to restore his usual feelings, to speak of one's teachers with whole-hearted gratitude, as is recorded of Domitius and Athenodotus, and a genuine love for children. From Severus, love of family, love of truth, love of justice, to have come by his help to understand Thracia, Helvidius, Cato, Dio, Brutus, to have conceived the idea of a balanced constitution, a commonwealth based on equality and freedom of speech, and of a monarchy which values above all the liberty of the subject. From him, too, a constant and vigorous respect for philosophy, beneficence, unstinting generosity, optimism. His confidence in the affection of his friends, his frankness with those who met with his censure, and open likes and dislikes, so that his friends did not need to guess at his wishes. From Maximus, self-mastery, immune to any passing whim, good cheer in all circumstances, including illness, a nice balance of character, both gentle and dignified, an uncomplaining energy for what needs to be done, the trust he inspired in everyone that he meant what he said and was well-intentioned in all that he did, proof against surprise or panic, in nothing either hurried or hesitant, never short of resource, never downcast or cringing, or, on the other hand, angry or suspicious, generosity in good works, and a forgiving and truthful nature. The impression he gave of undeviating rectitude as a path chosen rather than enforced, the fact that no one would ever have thought himself belittled by him, or presumed to consider himself superior to him, and a pleasant humour. From my adoptive father, gentleness, and an immovable adherence to decisions made after full consideration. No vain taste for so-called honours, stamina and perseverance, a ready ear for anyone with any proposal for the common good. To reward impartially, giving everyone their due. Experience of where to tighten, where to relax. A common courtesy excusing his court from constant attendance at dinner with him and the obligation to accompany him out of town, and those kept away by some other commitment always found him no different towards them. Focused and persistent in deliberation in council, never satisfied with first impressions, and leaving a question prematurely. The concern to keep his friends with no extremes of surfeit or favouritism, his own master in all things, and serene with it, foresight for the longer issues and unfussy control of the least detail. The check he put in his reign on acclamations and all forms of flattery. His constant watch on the needs of the empire, his stewardship of its resources, and his tolerance of some people's criticism in this area. No superstitious fear of the gods, nor with men any populism or obsequious courting of the mob, but a sober steadfastness in all things, and nowhere any vulgar or new-fangled taste. In those things which conduce to the comfort of life, and here fortune gave him plenty, to enjoy them without pride or apology either, so no routine acceptance of their presence or regret in their absence. The fact that no one would ever describe him as a fraud or an impostor or a pedant, but rather as a man of mellow wisdom and mature experience, beyond flattery, able to take charge of his own and others' affairs. Further, his high regard for genuine philosophers. For the other sort he had no hard words, but easily saw through them. Sociability, too, and a sense of humour, not taken to excess. Sensible care of his own body, neither vain nor valetudinarian, but not neglectful either, so that his own attention to himself left very little need for doctors, doses, or applications. Most importantly, his readiness to defer ungrudgingly to those with some special ability. It might be in literary expression, or the study of laws or customs, or any other subject, and to give them his own active support to reach acknowledged eminence in their own specialities. Acting always in accordance with tradition, yet not making the preservation of tradition an overt aim. Further, no liking for change and chance, but a settled habit in the same places and the same practices, to resume instantly after attacks of migraine, fresh again and vigorous for his usual work. Not to keep many matters secret to himself, only a few very exceptional cases, and those solely of state concern. Sense and moderation in such things as the provision of shows, contracting of public works, doles and distributions, the acts of a man with an eye for precisely what needs to be done, not the glory of its doing. He was not one to bathe at all hours. He had no urge to build houses. He was not particular about food, the material and the colour of his clothes, or youthful beauty in his slaves. The fact that his dress came from Lorium, sent up from his country house there, the many details of his way of life at Lanuvium, how he handled the apologetic customs officer in Tusculum, and all such modes of behaviour. Nothing about him was harsh, relentless, or impetuous, and you would never say of him that he broke out a sweat. But everything was allotted its own time and thought, as by a man of leisure. His way was unhurried, organised, vigorous, consistent in all. What is recorded of Socrates would apply to him too, that he could regulate abstinence and enjoyment where many people are too weak-willed to abstain or enjoy too indulgently. Strength of character, and endurance or sobriety as the case may be, signifies the man of full and indomitable spirit, as was shown by Maximus in his illness. From the gods. To have had good grandparents, good parents, a good sister, good teachers, good family, relatives and friends, almost everything, and that I did not blunder into offending any of them, even though I had the sort of disposition which might indeed have resulted in some such offence, given the occasion. It was the grace of the gods that no set of circumstances likely to show me up ever arose. That I was not brought up any longer than I was with my grandfather's mistress, and that I kept my innocence, leaving sexual experience to the proper time, and indeed somewhat beyond it. That I came under a ruler and a father who was to strip me of all conceit, and bring me to realize that it is possible to live in a palace without feeling the need for bodyguards or fancy uniforms, candelabra, statues, and the other trappings of such-like pomp. but that one can reduce oneself very close to the station of a private citizen, and not thereby lose any dignity or vigour in the conduct of a ruler's responsibility for the common good. That I was blessed with a brother whose character could spur me to care for myself, and whose respect and affection were likewise a source of joy to me. That my children were not born short of intelligence or physically deformed. That I did not make further progress in rhetoric, poetry, and the other pursuits in which I could well have been absorbed, if I had felt this my right path. That I was quick to raise my tutors to the public office which I thought they desired, and did not put them off, in view of their youth, with promises for the future. That I came to know Apollonius, Rusticus, Maximus. That I acquired a clear and constant picture of what is meant by the life according to nature, so that, with regard to the gods, their communications from that world, their help and their inspiration, nothing now prevents me living the life of nature. My falling somewhat short still is due to my own fault and my failure to observe the promptings, not to say the instructions of the gods. That my body has held out so far in a life such as mine. That I never touched Benedicta or Theodotus, and that later experience of sexual passion left me cured. That, though I was often angry with Rusticus, my behaviour never went to the point of regret. That my mother, fated to die young, nevertheless lived her last years with me. That whenever I wanted to help someone in poverty or some other need, I was never told that there was no source of affordable money, and that I myself never fell into similar want of financial assistance from another. That my wife is, as she is, so submissive, loving, and unaffected, and that I found no lack of suitable tutors for my children. That I was given help through dreams, especially how to avoid spitting blood and bouts of dizziness, and the response of the oracle at Cater, just as you use yourself. That for all my love of philosophy, I did not fall in with any sophist, or devote my time to the analysis of literature or logic, or busy myself with cosmic speculation. All these things need the help of gods and fortune's favour. Book 2. Written among the Quadi on the River Gran. Say to yourself, first thing in the morning, today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, aggressive, treacherous, malicious, unsocial. All this has afflicted them through their ignorance of true good and evil. But I have seen that the nature of good is what is right, and the nature of evil what is wrong. And I have reflected that the nature of the offender himself is akin to my own, not a kinship of blood or seed, but a sharing in the same mind, the same fragment of divinity. Therefore I cannot be harmed by any of them, as none will infect me with their wrong. Nor can I be angry with my kinsman or hate him. We were born for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of upper and lower teeth. So to work in opposition to one another is against nature, and anger or rejection is opposition. Whatever it is, this being of mine is made up of flesh, breath, and directing mind. Now the flesh you should disdain, blood, bones, a mere fabric and network of nerves, veins, and arteries. Consider too what breath is. Wind, and not even a constant, but all the time being disgorged and sucked in again. That leaves the third part, the directing mind. Quit your books. No more hankering. This is not your gift. No. Think like this, as if you were on the point of death. You are old. Don't then let this directing mind of yours be enslaved any longer. No more jerking to the strings of selfish impulse. No more disquiet at your present or suspicion of your future fate. The works of the gods are full of providence. The works of fortune are not independent of nature or the spinning and weaving together of the threads governed by providence. All things flow from that world, and further factors are necessity and the benefit of the whole universe of which you are a part. Now every part of nature benefits from that which is brought by the nature of the whole, and all which preserves that nature. And the order of the universe is preserved equally by the changes in the elements and the changes in their compounds. Let this be enough for you and your constant doctrine, and give up your thirst for books, so that you do not die a grouch, but in true grace and heartfelt gratitude to the gods. Remember how long you have been putting this off, how many times you have been given a period of grace by the gods and not used it. It is high time now for you to understand the universe of which you are a part, and the governor of that universe of whom you constitute an emanation, and that there is a limit circumscribed to your time. If you do not use it to clear away your clouds, it will be gone, and you will be gone, and the opportunity will not return. Every hour of the day give vigorous attention, as a Roman and as a man, to the performance of the task in hand with precise analysis, with unaffected dignity, with human sympathy, with dispassionate justice, and to vacating your mind from all its other thoughts. And you will achieve this vacation if you perform each action as if it were the last of your life, freed, that is, from all lack of aim, from all passion-led deviation from the ordinance of reason, from pretense, from love of self, from dissatisfaction with what fate has dealt you. You see how few things a man needs to master for the settled flow of a God-fearing life. The gods themselves ask nothing more of one who keeps these observances. Self-harm, my soul, you are doing self-harm, and you will have no more opportunity for self-respect. Life for each of us is a mere moment, and this life of yours is nearly over. While you still show yourself no honor, but let your own welfare depend on other people's souls. Do externals tend to distract you? Then give yourself the space to learn some further good lesson, and stop your wandering. That done, you must guard against the other sort of drift. Those who are dead to life and have no aim for the direction of every impulse and, more widely, every thought, are drivellers in deed as well as word. Failure to read what is happening in another's soul is not easily seen as a cause of unhappiness, but those who fail to attend to the motions of their own soul are necessarily unhappy. Always remember these things. What the nature of the whole is, what my own nature is, the relation of this nature to that, what kind of part is it of what kind of whole, and that there is no one who can prevent you keeping all that you say and do in accordance with that nature of which you are a part. In his comparative ranking of sins, applying philosophy to the common man's distinctions, Theophrastus says that offences of lust are graver than those of anger, because it is clearly some sort of pain and involuntary spasm which drives the angry man to abandon reason, whereas the lust-led offender has given in to pleasure and seems somehow more abandoned and less manly in his wrongdoing. Rightly then, and like a true philosopher, Theophrastus says that the greater censure attaches to an offence committed under the influence of pleasure than to one under the influence of pain. And in general, the one is more like an injured party, forced to anger by the pain of provocation, whereas the other is his own source of the impulse to wrong, driven to what he does by lust. You may leave this life at any moment. Have this possibility in your mind in all that you do or say or think. Now, departure from the world of men is nothing to fear, if gods exist, because they would not involve you in any harm. If they do not exist, or if they have no care for humankind, then what is life to me in a world devoid of gods, or devoid of providence? But they do exist, and they do care for humankind, and they have put it absolutely in man's power to avoid falling into the true kinds of harm. If there were anything harmful in the rest of experience, they would have provided for that too, to make it in everyone's power to avoid falling into it. And if something cannot make a human being worse, how could it make his life a worse life? The nature of the whole would not have been blind to this, either through ignorance or with knowledge unaccompanied by the power to prevent and put right. Nor would it have made so great an error through lack of power or skill as to have good and bad falling indiscriminately on good and bad people alike. Yes, death and life, fame and ignominy, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty, all these come to good and bad alike. But they are not in themselves either right or wrong, neither are they inherent good or evil. How all things quickly vanish! Our bodies themselves lost in the physical world, the memories of them lost in time, the nature of all objects of the senses, especially those which allure us with pleasure, frighten us with pain, or enjoy the applause of vanity. How cheap they are, how contemptible, shoddy, perishable, and dead. These are matters for our intellectual faculty to consider, and further considerations. What are they, these people whose judgment and voices confer or deny esteem? What is death? Someone looking at death per se and applying the analytical power of his mind to divest death of its associated images will conclude then that it is nothing more than a function of nature, and if anyone is frightened of a function of nature, he is a mere child. And death is not only a function of nature but also to her benefit. Further, how does man touch God? With what part of his being, and when that part of him is in what sort of disposition? Nothing is more miserable than one who is always out and about, running round everything in circles. In Pindar's words, delving deep into the bowels of the earth, and looking for signs and symptoms to divine his neighbours' minds. He does not realize that it is sufficient to concentrate solely on the divinity within himself and to give it true service. That service is to keep it uncontaminated by passion, triviality, or discontent at what is dealt by gods or men. What comes from the gods demands reverence for their goodness. What comes from men is welcome for our kinship's sake, but sometimes pitiable also, in a way, because of their ignorance of good and evil. And this is no less a disability than that which removes the distinction of light and dark. Even if you were destined to live 3,000 years, or 10 times that long, nevertheless remember that no one loses any life other than the one he lives, or lives any life other than the one he loses. It follows that the longest and the shortest lives are brought to the same state. The present moment is equal for all. So what is passing is equal also. The loss, therefore, turns out to be the merest fragment of time. No one can lose either the past or the future. How could anyone be deprived of what he does not possess? So always remember these two things. First, that all things have been of the same kind from everlasting, coming round and round again, and it makes no difference whether one will see the same things for 100 years, or 200 years, or for an infinity of time. Second, that both the longest lived and the earliest to die suffer the same loss. It is only the present moment of which either stands to be deprived. And if indeed this is all he has, he cannot lose what he does not have. All is as thinking makes it so. The retort made to Monimus the cynic is clear enough. But clear too is the value of his saying, if one takes the kernel of it, as far as it is true. The soul of a man harms itself first and foremost when it becomes, as far as it can, a separate growth, a sort of tumour on the universe. Because to resent anything that happens is to separate oneself in revolt from nature, which holds in collective embrace the particular natures of all other things. Secondly, when it turns away from another human being, or is even carried so far in opposition as to intend him harm, such is the case in the souls of those gripped by anger. A soul harms itself, thirdly, when it gives in to pleasure or pain. Fourthly, whenever it dissimulates doing or saying anything feigned or false. Fifthly, whenever it fails to direct any of its own actions or impulses to a goal, but acts at random without conscious attention. Whereas even the most trivial action should be undertaken in reference to the end. And the end for rational creatures is to follow the reason and the rule of that most venerable archetype of a governing state, the universe. In man's life, his time is a mere instant, his existence a flux, his perception fogged, his whole bodily composition rotting, his mind a whirligig, his fortune unpredictable, his fame unclear. To put it shortly, all things of the body stream away like a river. All things of the mind are dreams and delusion. Life is warfare, and a visit in a strange land. The only lasting fame is oblivion. What then can escort us on our way? One thing, and one thing only: philosophy. This consists in keeping the divinity within us inviolate and free from harm, master of pleasure and pain, doing nothing without aim, truth, or integrity, and independent of others' actions or failure to act. Further, accepting all that happens and is allotted to it as coming from that other source which is its own origin, and at all times awaiting death with the glad confidence that it is nothing more than the dissolution of the elements of which every living creature is composed. Now, if there is nothing fearful for the elements themselves in their constant changing of each into another, why should one look anxiously in prospect at the change and dissolution of them all? This is in accordance with nature, and nothing harmful is in accordance with nature. Book 3. Written incarnatum. We must take into our reckoning not only that life is expended day by day, and the remaining balance diminishes, but also this further consideration. If we live longer, there is no guarantee that our mind will likewise retain that power to comprehend and study the world which contributes to our experience of things divine and human. If dementia sets in, there will be no failure of such faculties as breathing, feeding, imagination, desire. Before these go, the earlier extinction is of one's proper use of oneself, one's accurate assessment of the gradations of duty, one's ability to analyze impressions, one's understanding of whether the time has come to leave this life. These and all other matters which wholly depend on trained calculation. So we must have a sense of urgency, not only for the ever closer approach of death, but also because our comprehension of the world and our ability to pay proper attention will fade before we do. We should also attend to things like these, observing that even the incidental effects of the processes of nature have their own charm and attraction. Take the baking of bread. The loaf splits open here and there, and those very cracks, in one way a failure of the baker's profession, somehow catch the eye and give particular stimulus to our appetite. Figs, likewise, burst open at full maturity, and in olives ripened on the tree the very proximity of decay lends a special beauty to the fruit. Similarly, the ears of corn nodding down to the ground, the lion's puckered brow, the foam gushing from the boar's mouth, and much else besides, looked at in isolation, these things are far from lovely. But their consequence on the processes of nature enhances them and gives them attraction. So any man with a feeling and deeper insight for the workings of the whole will find some pleasure in almost every aspect of their disposition, including the incidental consequences. Such a man will take no less delight in the living snarl of wild animals than in all the imitative representations of painters and sculptors. He will see a kind of bloom and fresh beauty in an old woman or an old man, and he will be able to look with sober eyes on the seductive charm of his own slave boys. Not all can share this conviction. Only one who has developed a genuine affinity for nature and her works. For him, there will be many such perceptions. Hippocrates cured many diseases, then died of disease himself. The Chaldean astrologers foretold the deaths of many people, then their own fated day claimed them. Alexander, Pompey, Julius Caesar annihilated whole cities time after time, and slaughtered tens of thousands of horse and foot in the field of battle. And yet the moment came for them too to depart this life. Heraclitus speculated long on the conflagration of the universe, but the water of dropsy filled his guts, and he died caked in a poultice of cow dung. Vermin were the death of Democritus, and vermin of another sort killed Socrates. What of it then? You embarked, you set sail, you made port. Go ashore now. If it is to another life, nothing is empty of the gods, even on that shore, and if, to insensibility, you will cease to suffer pains and pleasures, no longer in thrall to a bodily vessel, which is a master as far inferior as its servant is superior. One is mind and divinity, the other a clay of dust and blood. Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about other people, when you are not thinking with reference to some aspect of the common good. Why deprive yourself of the time for some other task? I mean, thinking about what so-and-so is doing and why, what he is saying or contemplating or plotting, and all that line of thought, makes you stray from the close watch on your own directing mind. No. In the sequence of your thoughts, you must avoid all that is casual or aimless, and most particularly anything prying or malicious. Train yourself to think only those thoughts such that in answer to a sudden question, what is in your mind now, you could say with immediate frankness, whatever it is, this or that. And so your answer can give direct evidence that all your thoughts are straightforward and kindly. The thoughts of a social being who has no regard for the fancies of pleasure or wider indulgence, for rivalry, malice, suspicion, or anything else that one would blush to admit was in one's mind. A man such as this, if he postpones no longer his ready place among the best, is in some way a priest and minister of the gods. He responds to the divinity seated within him, and this renders the man unsullied by pleasures, unscathed by any pain, untouched by any wrong, unconscious of any wickedness, a wrestler for the greatest prize of all, to avoid being thrown by any passion, dyed to the core with justice, embracing with his whole heart all the experience allotted to him. Rarely, and only when there is great need for the common good, wondering what others may be saying or doing or thinking. He has only his own work to bring to fulfillment, and only his own fated allocation from the whole to claim his constant attention. As for his work, he makes it excellent. As for his lot, he is convinced it is good, and each person's appointed lot is both his fellow passenger and his driver. He bears in mind, too, the kinship of all rational beings, and that caring for all men is in accordance with man's nature, but that nevertheless he should not hold to the opinions of all, but only of those who live their lives in agreement with nature. He will constantly remind himself what sort of people they are who do not lead such lives, what they are like both at home and abroad, by night and by day, they and the polluting company they keep. So he disregards even the praise of such men. These are people who are not even satisfied with themselves. You should take no action unwillingly, selfishly, uncritically, or with conflicting motives. Do not dress up your thoughts in smart finery. Do not be a gabbler or a meddler. Further, let the God that is within you be the champion of the being you are. A male, mature in years, a statesman, a Roman, a ruler. One who has taken his post like a soldier, waiting for the retreat from life to sound, and ready to depart, past the need for any loyal oath or human witness. And see that you keep a cheerful demeanour, and retain your independence of outside help, and the peace which others can give. Your duty is to stand straight, not held straight. If you discover, in human life, something better than justice, truth, self-control, courage, in short, something better than the self-sufficiency of your own mind which keeps you acting in accord with true reason and accepts your inheritance of fate in all outside your choice, if, as I say, you can see something better than this, then turn to it with all your heart, and enjoy this prime good you have found. But if nothing is shown to be better than the very God that is seated in you, which has brought all your own impulses under its control, which scrutinizes your thoughts, which has withdrawn itself, as Socrates used to say, from all inducements of the senses, which has subordinated itself to the gods and takes care for men, if you find all else by comparison with this small and paltry, then give no room to anything else. Once turned and inclined to any alternative, you will struggle thereafter to restore the primacy of that good which is yours and yours alone. Because it is not right that the rational and social good should be rivaled by anything of a different order. For example, the praise of the many, or power, or wealth, or the enjoyment of pleasure. All these things may seem to suit for a little while, but they can suddenly take control and carry you away. So you, I repeat, must simply and freely choose the better and hold to it. But better is what benefits. If to your benefit as a rational being, adopt it. But if simply to your benefit as an animal, reject it, and stick to your judgment without fanfare. Only make sure that your scrutiny is sound. Never regard as a benefit to yourself anything which will force you at some point to break your faith, to leave integrity behind, to hate, suspect, or curse another, to dissemble, to covet anything needing the secrecy of walls and drapes. A man who has put first his own mind and divinity, and worships the supremacy of the God within him, makes no drama of his life, no hand-wringing, no craving for solitude or crowds. Most of all, his will be a life of neither pursuit nor avoidance, and it is of no remote concern to him whether he will retain the bodily envelope of his soul for a longer or a shorter time. Even if release must come here and now, he will depart as easily as he would perform any other act that admits of integrity and decency. Throughout all his life, his one precaution is that his mind should not shift to a state without affinity to a rational and social being. In the mind of one who is chastened and cleansed, you will find no suppuration, no simmering ulcer, no sore festering under the skin. Fate does not catch him with his life unfulfilled, as one might speak of an actor leaving the stage before his part is finished and the play is over. Moreover, you will find nothing servile or pretentious, no dependence or alienation, nothing to answer for, no lurking fault. Revere your power of judgment. All rests on this to make sure that your directing mind no longer entertains any judgment which fails to agree with the nature or the constitution of a rational being. And this state guarantees deliberate thought, affinity with other men, and obedience to the gods. So discard all else and secure these few things only. Remind yourself, too, that each of us lives only in the present moment, a mere fragment of time. The rest is life past, or uncertain future. Sure, life is a small thing, and small the cranny of the earth in which we live it. Small, too, even the longest fame thereafter, which is itself subject to a succession of little men who will quickly die, and have no knowledge even of themselves, let alone of those long dead. One addition to the precepts already mentioned: always make a definition or sketch of what presents itself to your mind, so you can see it stripped bare to its essential nature, and identify it clearly, in whole and in all its parts, and can tell yourself its proper name and the names of those elements of which it is compounded and into which it will be dissolved. Nothing is so conducive to the greatness of mind as the ability to subject each element of our experience in life to methodical and truthful examination, always at the same time using this scrutiny as a means to reflect on the nature of the universe, the contribution any given action or event makes to that nature, the value this has for the whole, and the value it has for man. And man is an inhabitant of this highest city, of which all other cities are mere households. Ask then, what is this which is now making its impression on me? What is it composed of? How long in the nature of things will it last? What virtue is needed to meet it? Gentleness, for example, or courage, truthfulness, loyalty, simplicity, self-sufficiency, and so on. So in each case we must say, this has come from God. This is due to a juncture of fate, the mesh of destiny, or some similar coincidence of chance, and this is from my fellow man, my kinsman and my colleague, though one who does not know what accords with his own nature. But I do know, and so I treat him kindly and fairly, following the natural law of our fellowship, but at the same time I aim to give him his proper desert in matters which are morally neutral. If you set yourself to your present task along the path of true reason, with all determination, vigour, and goodwill, if you admit no distraction but keep your own divinity pure and standing strong, as if you had to surrender it right now, if you grapple this to you, expecting nothing, shirking nothing, but self-content with each present action taken in accordance with nature and a heroic truthfulness in all that you say and mean, then you will lead a good life, and nobody is able to stop you. Just as doctors always have their instruments and knives at hand for any emergency treatment, so should you have your doctrines ready for the recognition of the divine and the human, and the performance of every action, even the smallest, in consciousness of the bond which unites the two. No action in the human context will succeed without reference to the divine, nor vice versa. No more wandering. You are not likely to read your own jottings, your histories of the ancient Greeks and Romans, your extracts from their literature laid up for your old age. Hurry then to the end. Abandon vain hopes. Rescue yourself, if you have any care for yourself, while the opportunity is still there. They do not know all the meanings of theft, of sowing, of buying, of keeping at rest, of seeing what needs to be done. This is not for the eye, but for a different sort of vision. Body, soul, mind. To the body belong sense perceptions, to the soul, impulses, to the mind, judgments. The receipt of sense impressions is shared with cattle. Response to the puppet strings of impulse is shared with wild beasts, with catamites, with a Phalaris or a Nero. Having the mind as guide to what appears appropriate action is shared with those who do not believe in the gods, those who betray their country, those who get up to anything behind closed doors. So, if all else is held in common with the categories mentioned above, it follows that the defining characteristics of the good person is to love and embrace whatever happens to him along his thread of fate, and not to pollute the divinity which is seated within his breast, or trouble it with a welter of confused impressions, but to preserve its constant favour in proper allegiance to God, saying only what is true, doing only what is just. And if all people mistrust him for living a simple, decent and cheerful life, he has no quarrel with any of them, and no diversion from the road which leads to the final goal of his life. To this he must come pure, at peace, ready to depart, in unforced harmony with his fate. Book 4. Wherever it is in agreement with nature, the ruling power within us takes a flexible approach to circumstances, always adapting itself easily to both practicality and the given event. It has no favoured material for its work, but sets out on its objects in a conditional way, turning any obstacle into material for its own use. It is like a fire mastering whatever falls into it. A small flame would be extinguished, but a bright fire rapidly claims as its own all that is heaped on it, devours it all, and leaps up yet higher in consequence. No action should be undertaken without aim, or other than in conformity with the principle affirming the art of life. Men seek retreats for themselves, in the country, by the sea, in the hills, and you yourself are particularly prone to this yearning. But all this is quite unphilosophic, when it is open to you, at any time you want, to retreat into yourself. No retreat offers someone more quiet and relaxation than that into his own mind, especially if he can dip into thoughts there which put him at immediate and complete ease, and by ease I simply mean a well-ordered life. So constantly give yourself this retreat, and renew yourself. The doctrines you will visit there should be few and fundamental, sufficient at one meeting to wash away all your pain, and send you back free of resentment at what you must rejoin. And what is it you will resent? Human wickedness? Recall the conclusion that rational creatures are born for each other's sake, that tolerance is a part of justice, that wrongdoing is not deliberate. Consider the number of people who spent their lives in enmity, suspicion, hatred, outright war, and were then laid out for burial or reduced to ashes. Stop then. Or will you fret at your allocation from the whole? Revisit the alternatives, providence or atoms, and the many indications that the universe is a kind of community. But will matters of the flesh still have their hold on you? Consider that the mind, once it has abstracted itself and come to know its own defining power, has no contact with the movement of the bodily spirit, be that smooth or troubled, and finally remember all that you have heard and agreed about pain and pleasure. Well then, will a little fame distract you? Look at the speed of universal oblivion, the gulf of immeasurable time both before and after, the vacuity of applause, the indiscriminate fickleness of your apparent supporters, the tiny room in which all this is confined. The whole earth is a mere point in space. What a minute cranny within this is your own habitation. And how many and what sort will sing your praises here? Finally, then, remember this retreat into your own little territory within yourself. Above all, no agonies, no tensions. Be your own master, and look at things as a man, as a human being, as a citizen, as a mortal creature. And here are two of the most immediately useful thoughts you will dip into. First, that things cannot touch the mind. They are external and inert. Anxieties can only come from your internal judgment. Second, that all these things you see will change almost as you look at them, and then will be no more. Constantly bring to mind all that you yourself have already seen changed. The universe is change, life is judgment. If mind is common to us all, then we have reason also in common, that which makes us rational beings. If so, then common too is the reason which dictates what we should or should not do. If so, then law too is common to us all. If so, then we are citizens. If so, we share a constitution. If so, the universe is a kind of community. In what else could one say that the whole human race shares a common constitution? From there, then, this common city, we take our very mind, our reason, our law. From where else? Just as the earthy part of me has been derived from some earth, the watery from the next element, the air of my breath from some other source, the hot and fiery from its own origin, for nothing comes from nothing, nor returns to nothing. So the mind also has its source. Death, just like birth, is a mystery of nature. First a combination, then a dissolution of the same elements. Certainly no cause for shame, because nothing out of the order for an intelligent being or contrary to the principle of his constitution. With such people, such an outcome is both natural and inevitable. If you wish it otherwise, you are hoping that figs will no longer produce their rennet. In any case, remember that in a very brief time both you and he will be dead, and shortly after not even your names will be left. Remove the judgment, and you have removed the thought, I am hurt. Remove the thought, I am hurt, and the hurt itself is removed. What does not make a human being worse in himself cannot make his life worse either. It cannot harm him from outside or inside. The nature of the beneficial was bound to act thus. All's right that happens in the world. Examine this saying carefully, and you will find it true. I do not mean right simply in the context of cause and effect, but in the sense of just, as if some adjudicator were assigning dues. So keep on observing this, as you have started, and in all that you do combine doing it with being a good man, in the specific conception of good man. Preserve this in every sphere of action. When someone does you wrong, do not judge things as he interprets them, or would like you to interpret them. Just see them as they are, in plain truth. Always have these two principles in readiness. First, to do only what the reason inherent in kingly and judicial powers prescribes for the benefit of mankind. Second, to change your ground, if, in fact, there is someone to correct and guide you away from some notion. But this transference must always spring from a conviction of justice or the common good, and your preferred course must be likewise not simply for apparent pleasure or popularity. Do you possess reason? I do. Why not use it then? With reason doing its job, what else do you want? You have subsisted as part of the whole. You will vanish into that which gave you birth, or rather, you will be changed, taken up into the generative principle of the universe. Many grains of incense on the same altar. One falls to ash first, another later. No difference. Within 10 days you will be regarded as a god by those very people who now see you as a beast or a baboon, if you return to your principles and the worship of reason. No, you do not have thousands of years to live. Urgency is on you. While you live, while you can, become good. What ease of mind do you gain from not looking at what your neighbour has said or done or thought, but only at your own actions, to make them just, reverential, and imbued with good? So do not glance at the black characters either side, but run right on to the line, straight, not straggly. One who is all in a flutter over his subsequent fame fails to imagine that all those who remember him will very soon be dead, and he too. Then the same will be true of all successors, until the whole memory of him will be extinguished and a sequence of lamps lit and snuffed out. But suppose immortality in those who will remember you, and everlasting memory. Even so, what is that to you? And I do not simply mean that this is nothing to the dead, but to the living also. What is the point of praise, other than for some practical aspect of management? As it is, you are losing the opportunity of that gift of nature which does not depend on another's word. So, everything in any way beautiful has its beauty of itself, inherent and self-sufficient. Praise is no part of it. At any rate, praise does not make anything better or worse. This applies even to the popular conception of beauty, as in material things or works of art. So does the truly beautiful need anything beyond itself? No more than law, no more than truth, no more than kindness or integrity. Which of these things derives its beauty from praise, or withers under criticism? Does an emerald lose its quality if it is not praised? And what of gold, ivory, purple, a lyre, a dagger, a flower, a bush? You may ask how, if souls live on, the air can accommodate them all from the beginning of time. Well, how does the earth accommodate all those bodies buried in it over the same eternity? Just as here on earth, once bodies have kept their residence for whatever time, their change and decomposition makes room for other bodies. So it is with souls migrated to the air. They continue for a time, then change, dissolve, and take fire as they are assumed into the generative principle of the whole. In this way they make room for successive residence. Such would be one's answer on the assumption that souls do live on. We should consider, though, not only the multitude of bodies thus buried, but also the number of animals eaten every day by us and other creatures, a huge quantity consumed, and in a sense buried in the bodies of those who feed on them. And yet there is room for them, because they are reduced to blood and changed into the elements of air and fire. How to investigate the truth of this? By distinguishing the material and the causal. No wandering. In every impulse, give what is right. In every thought, stick to what is certain. Universe, your harmony is my harmony. Nothing in your good time is too early or too late for me. Nature, all that your seasons bring is fruit to me. All comes from you, exists in you, returns to you. The poet says, "Dear city of Cecrops." Will you not say, "Dear city of Zeus"? If you want to be happy, says Democritus, do little. May it not be better to do what is necessary, what the reason of a naturally social being demands, and the way reason demands it done? This brings the happiness both of right action and of little action. Most of what we say and do is unnecessary. Remove the superfluity, and you will have more time and less bother. So in every case one should prompt oneself, is this or is it not something necessary? And the removal of the unnecessary should apply not only to actions but to thoughts also. Then no redundant actions either will follow. Try out, too, how the life of the good man goes for you. The man content with his dispensation from the whole, and satisfied in his own just action and kind disposition. You have seen that. Now look at this. Do not trouble yourself. Keep yourself simple. Someone does wrong. He does wrong to himself. Has something happened to you? Fine. All that happens has been fated by the whole, from the beginning, and spun for your own destiny. In sum, life is short. Make your gain from the present moment with right reason and justice. Keep sober and relaxed. Either an ordered universe or a stew of mixed ingredients, yet still coherent order. Otherwise, how could a sort of private order subsist within you, if there is disorder in the whole, especially given that all things, distinct as they are, nevertheless permeate and respond to each other? A black character, an effeminate, unbending character, the character of a brute or dumb animal, infantile, stupid, fraudulent, coarse, mercenary, despotic. If one who does not recognize the contents of the universe is a stranger in it, no less a stranger is the one who fails to recognize what happens in it. He is a fugitive if he runs away from social principle, blind if he shuts the eye of the mind, a beggar if he depends on others and does not possess within him all he needs for life, a tumor on the universe if he stands aside and separates himself from the principle of our common nature in disaffection with his lot, for it is nature which brings this about, just as it brought you about too. A social splinter if he splits his own soul away from the soul of all rational beings, which is a unity. One philosopher has no shirt. One has no book. Here is another half naked. I have no bread, he says, but I am faithful to reason. But I, for my part, have all the food of learning, and yet I am not faithful. Love the art which you have learnt, and take comfort in it. Go through the remainder of your life in sincere commitment of all your being to the gods, and never making yourself tyrant or slave to any man. Consider, for example, the time of Vespasian. You will see everything the same. People marrying, having children, falling ill, dying, fighting, feasting, trading, farming, flattering, pushing, suspecting, plotting, praying for the death of others, grumbling at their lot, falling in love, storing up wealth, longing for consulships and kingships. And now that life of theirs is gone, vanished. Pass on again to the time of Trajan. Again, everything the same. That life too is dead. Similarly, look at the histories of other eras, and indeed whole nations, and see how many lives of striving met with a quick fall and resolution into the elements. Above all, review in your mind those you have seen yourself in empty struggles, refusing to act in accord with their own natural constitution, to hold tight to it and find it sufficient. And in this context, you must remember that there is proportionate value in our attention to each action, so you will not lose heart if you devote no more time than they warrant to matters of less importance. Words in common use long ago are obsolete now. So too the names of those once famed are in a sense obsolete. Camillus, Caeso, Valisus, Dentatus, a little later Scipio and Cato, then Augustus too, then Hadrian and Antoninus. All things fade and quickly turn to myth. Quickly too utter oblivion drowns them. And I am talking of those who shone with some wonderful brilliance. The rest, once they have breathed their last, are immediately beyond sight, beyond knowledge. But what in any case is everlasting memory? Utter emptiness. So where should a man direct his endeavour? Here only. A right mind, action for the common good, speech incapable of lies, a disposition to welcome all that happens as necessary, intelligible, flowing from an equally intelligible spring of origin. Gladly surrender yourself to Clotho. Let her spin your thread into whatever web she wills. All is ephemeral, both memory and the object of memory. Constantly observe all that comes about through change, and habituate yourself to the thought that the nature of the whole loves nothing so much as to change one form of existence into another, similar but new. All that exists is in a sense the seed of its successor, but your concept of seed is simply what is put into the earth or the womb. That is very unphilosophic thinking. Your death will soon be upon you, and you are not yet clear-minded or untroubled, or free from the fear of external harm, or kindly to all people, or convinced that justice of action is the only wisdom. Look into their directing minds. Observe what even the wise will avoid or pursue. Harm to you cannot subsist in another's directing mind, nor indeed in any turn or change of circumstance. Where then? In that part of you which judges harm. So no such judgment, and all is well. Even if what is closest to it, your own body, is subjected to knife or cautery, or left to suppurate or mortify, even so that faculty in you which judges these things should stay untroubled. That is, it should assess nothing either bad or good which can happen equally to the bad man or the good. Because what can happen to a man irrespective of his life's conformity to nature is not of itself either in accordance with nature or contrary to it. Think always of the universe as one living creature, comprising one substance and one soul. How all is absorbed into this one consciousness. How a single impulse governs all its actions. How all things collaborate in all that happens. the very web and mesh of it all. You are a soul carrying a corpse, as Epictetus used to say. Change. Nothing inherently bad in the process, nothing inherently good in the result. There is a river of creation, and time is a violent stream. As soon as one thing comes into sight, it is swept past, and another is carried down. It too will be taken on its way. All that happens is as habitual and familiar as roses in spring and fruit in the summer. Too true of disease, death, defamation, and conspiracy, and all that delights or gives pain to fools. What comes after is always in affinity to what went before, not some simple enumeration of disparate things and a merely necessary sequence, but a rational connection. And just as existing things are harmoniously interconnected, so the processes of becoming exhibit no mere succession, but a wonderfully inherent affinity. Always remember, Heraclitus, the death of earth is the birth of water. The death of water is the birth of air. The death of air is fire, and back again. Remember, too, his image of the man who forgets his way home, his saying that men are at odds with their most constant companion, the reason which governs all things, that their everyday experience takes them by surprise, that we must not act or speak as if asleep, and sleep brings the illusion of speech and action, and that we should not be like children with their parents, simply accepting what we are told. Just as if a god told you that you would die tomorrow, or at least the day after tomorrow, you would attach no importance to the difference of one day, unless you were a complete coward, such as the tiny gap of time. So you should think there no great difference between life to the umpteenth year and life to tomorrow. Think constantly how many doctors have died after knitting their brows over their own patients, how many astrologers after predicting the deaths of others as if death was something important, how many philosophers after endless deliberation on death or immortality, how many heroes after the many others they killed, how many tyrants after using their power over men's lives with monstrous insolence, as if they themselves were immortal. Think, too, how many whole cities have died, Hellas, Pompeii, Herculaneum, innumerable others. Go over now all those you have known yourself, one after the other. One man follows a friend's funeral, and then is laid out himself. Then another follows him, and all in a brief space of time. The conclusion of this? You should always look on human life as short and cheap. Yesterday sperm, tomorrow a mummy or ashes. So one should pass through this tiny fragment of time in tune with nature, and leave it gladly, as an olive might fall when ripe, blessing the earth which bore it, and grateful to the tree which gave it growth. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break. It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest. It is my bad luck that this has happened to me. No, you should rather say, it is my good luck that, although this has happened to me, I can bear it without pain, neither crushed by the present, nor fearful of the future. Because such a thing could have happened to any man, but not every man could have borne it without pain. So why see more misfortune in the event than good fortune in your ability to bear it? Or in general, would you call anything a misfortune for a man which is not a deviation from man's nature? Or anything a deviation from man's nature which is not contrary to the purpose of his nature? Well then, you have learnt what that purpose is. Can there be anything, then, in this happening, which prevents you being just, high-minded, self-controlled, intelligent, judicious, truthful, honourable and free, or any other of those attributes whose combination is the fulfilment of man's proper nature? So in all future events which might induce sadness, remember to call on this principle. This is no misfortune, but to bear it true to yourself is good fortune. An unphilosophic but nonetheless effective help to putting death in its place is to run over the list of those who have clung long to life. What did they gain over the untimely dead? At any rate, they are all in their graves by now. Caedicianus, Fabius, Julianus, Lepidus, and all others like them who took part in many funerals and then their own. In truth, the distance we have to travel is small, and we drag it out with such labour, in such poor company, in such a feeble body. No great thing, then. Look behind you at the huge gulf of time, and another infinity ahead. In this perspective, what is the difference between an infant of 3 days and a Nestor of 3 generations? Always run on the short road, and nature's road is short. Go then for the healthiest in all you say and do. Such a purpose releases a man from the labours of service, from all need to manage or impress. Book 5. At break of day, when you are reluctant to get up, have this thought ready to mind. I am getting up for a man's work. Do I still then resent it if I am going out to do what I was born for, the purpose for which I was brought into the world? Or was I created to wrap myself in blankets and keep warm? But this is more pleasant. Were you then born for pleasure, or for feeling, not for action? Can you not see the plants, birds, ants, spiders, bees, all doing their own work, each helping in their own way to order the world? And then do you not want to do the work of a human being? Do you not hurry to the demands of your own nature? But one needs to rest too. One does indeed, I agree. But nature has set limits to this too, just as it has to eating and drinking, and yet you go beyond these limits, beyond what you need. Not in your actions, though, not any longer. Here you stay below your capability. The point is that you do not love yourself. Otherwise you would love both your own nature and her purpose for you. Other men love their own pursuit and absorb themselves in its performance to the exclusion of bath and food. But you have less regard for your own nature than the smith has for his metalwork, the dancer for his dancing, the money-grubber for his money, the exhibitionist for his little moment of fame. Yet these people, when impassioned, give up food and sleep for the promotion of their pursuits, and you think social action less important, less worthy of effort. How easy is it to drive away or obliterate from one's mind every impression which is troublesome or alien, and then to be immediately in perfect calm. Judge yourself entitled to any word or action which is in accord with nature, and do not let any subsequent criticism or persuasion from anyone talk you out of it. No. If it was a good thing to do or say, do not revoke your entitlement. Those others are guided by their own minds and pursue their own impulses. Do not be distracted by any of this, but continue straight ahead, following your own nature and universal nature. These two have one and the same path. I travel on by nature's path until I fall and find rest, breathing my last into the air from which I draw my daily breath, and falling on that earth which gave my father his seed, my mother her blood, my nurse her milk, the earth which for so many years has fed and watered me day by day, the earth which bears my tread, and all the ways in which I abuse her. They cannot admire you for intellect. Granted, but there are many other qualities of which you cannot say, but that is not the way I am made. So display those virtues which are wholly in your own power: integrity, dignity, hard work, self-denial, contentment, frugality, kindness, independence, simplicity, discretion, magnanimity. Do you not see how many virtues you can already display without any excuse of lack of talent or aptitude? And yet you are still content to lag behind. Or does the fact that you have no inborn talent oblige you to grumble, to scrimp, to toady, to blame your poor body, to suck up, to brag, to have your mind in such turmoil? No, by heaven, it does not. You could have got rid of all this long ago, and only be charged, if charge there is, with being rather slow and dull of comprehension. And yet even this can be worked on, unless you ignore or welcome your stupidity. One sort of person, when he has done a kindness to another, is quick also to chalk up the return due to him. A second is not so quick in that way, but even so, he privately thinks of the other as his debtor, and is well aware of what he has done. A third sort is in a way not even conscious of his action, but is like the vine which has produced grapes and looks for nothing else once it has borne its own fruit, a horse that has raced, a dog that has tracked, a bee that has made honey, and a man that has done good. None of these know what they have done, but they pass on to the next action, just as the vine passes on to bear grapes again in due season. So you ought to be one of those who, in a sense, are unconscious of the good they do. Yes, he says, but this is precisely what one should be conscious of, because it defines the social being to be aware of his social action, and indeed to want his fellow to be aware of it also. True, but you misunderstand the point I am now making, and for that reason you will fall into one of the first categories I mentioned. They, too, are misled by some sort of plausible logic. But if you want to follow my meaning, don't fear that this will lead you to any deficiency of social action. A prayer of the Athenian people. Rain, rain, dear Zeus, rain on the cornfields and the plains of Athens. Prayer should be thus simple and open, or not at all. Just as it is commonly said that Asclepius has prescribed someone horse-riding or cold baths, or walking barefoot, so we could say that the nature of the whole has prescribed him disease, disablement, loss, or any other such affliction. In the first case, prescribed means something like this: ordered this course for this person as conducive to his health. In the second, this meaning is that what happens to each individual is somehow arranged to conduce to his destiny. We speak of the fitness of these happenings as masons speak of the fit of squared stones in walls or pyramids, when they join each other in a defined relation. In the whole of things there is one harmony, and just as all material bodies combine to make the world one body, a harmonious whole, so all causes combine to make destiny one harmonious cause. Even quite unsophisticated people intuit what I mean. They say, fate brought this on him. Now if brought, also prescribed. So let us accept these prescriptions, just as we accept those of Asclepius. Many of them too are harsh, but we welcome them in the hope of health. You should take the same view of the process and completion of the design of the universal nature as you do of your own health, and so welcome all that happens to you, even if it seems rather cruel, because its purpose leads to the health of the universe and the prosperity and success of Zeus. He would not bring this on anyone if it did not also bring advantage to the whole, no more than any given natural principle brings anything inappropriate to what it governs. So there are two reasons why you should be content with your experience. One is that this happened to you, was prescribed for you, and is related to you. A thread of destiny spun for you from the first, by the most ancient causes. The second is that what comes to each individual is a determining part of the welfare, the perfection, and indeed the very coherence of that which governs the whole. Because the complete whole is maimed if you sever even the tiniest fraction of its connection and continuity. This is true of its constituent parts, and true likewise of its causes. And you do sever something, to the extent that you can, whenever you fret at your lot. This is, in a sense, a destruction. Do not give up in disgust or impatience if you do not find action on the right principles consolidated into a habit in all that you do. No. If you have taken a fall, come back again, and be glad if most of your actions are on the right side of humanity, and love what you return to. Do not come back to philosophy as schoolboy to tutor, but rather as a man with ophthalmia returns to his sponge and salve, or another to his poultice or lotion. In this way, you will prove that obedience to reason is no great burden, but a source of relief. Remember, too, that philosophy wants only what your nature wants, whereas you were wanting something unnatural to you. Now what could be more agreeable than the needs of your own nature? This is the same way that pleasure trips us. But look and see whether there is not something more agreeable in magnanimity, generosity, simplicity, consideration, piety. And what is more agreeable than wisdom itself, when you reflect on the sure and constant flow of our faculty for application and understanding? Realities are wrapped in such a veil, as it were, that several philosophers of distinction have thought them altogether beyond comprehension, while even the Stoics think them hard to comprehend. And every assent we may give to our perceptions is fallible. The infallible man does not exist. Pass, then, to the very objects of our experience. How short-lived they are, how shoddy. A catamite, a whore, a thief could own them. Go on now to the characters of your fellows. It is hard to tolerate even the best of them, not to speak of one's difficulty in enduring even one's self. In all this murk and dirt, in all this flux of being, time, movement, things moved, I cannot begin to see what on earth there is to value or even to aim for. Rather the opposite. One should console oneself with the anticipation of natural release, not impatient of its delay, but taking comfort in just these two thoughts. 1. That nothing will happen to me which is not in accordance with the nature of the whole. The other, that it is in my control to do nothing contrary to my God and the divinity within me. No one can force me to this offence. To what use, then, am I now putting my soul? Ask yourself this question on every occasion. Examine yourself. What do I now have in this part of me called the directing mind? What sort of soul do I have after all? Is it that of a child, a boy, a woman, a despot, a beast of the field, a wild animal? Here is a way to understand what sort of things the majority take to be goods. If you think of the true goods there are, wisdom, for example, self-control, justice, courage, with these in your mind, you could not give any credence to the popular saying of too many goods to make room, because it will not apply. But bearing in mind what the majority see as goods, you will hear and readily accept what the comic poet says as a fair comment. Even the majority can intuit this difference. Otherwise this saying would not both cause offence and rejection, while at the same time we take it as a telling and witty comment on wealth and the privileges of luxury and fame. Go on, then, and ask whether we should value and judge as goods those things which, when we have thought of them, would properly apply to their owner the saying, "He is so rich, he has no room to shit." I am made up of the causal and the material. Neither of these will disappear into nothing, just as neither came to be out of nothing. So every part of me will be assigned its changed place in some part of the universe, and that will change again into another part of the universe, and so on to infinity. A similar sequence of change brought me into existence, and my parents before me, and so back in another infinity of regression. Nothing forbids this assertion, even if the universe is subject to the completion of cycles. Reason and the art of reasoning are faculties self-determined by their own nature and their own products. They start from the relevant premise and follow the path to the proposed end. That is why acts of reason are called right acts, signifying the rightness of the path thus followed. One should pay no attention to any of those things which do not belong to man's portion incumbent on him as a human being. They are not demanded of a man. Man's nature does not proclaim them. They are not consummations of that nature. Therefore they do not constitute man's end either, nor yet any means to that end. That is, good. Further, if any of these things were incumbent on a man, then it would not have been incumbent on him to disdain or resist them. We would not commend the man who shows himself free from need of them. If these things were truly goods, a man who fails to press for his full share of any of them could not be a good man. But in fact, the more a man deprives himself of these or such like, or tolerates others depriving him, the better a man he is. Your mind will take on the character of your most frequent thoughts. Souls are dyed by thoughts. So dye your own with a succession of thoughts like these. For example, where life can be lived, so can a good life. But life can be lived in a palace, therefore a good life can be lived in a palace. Again, each creature is made in the interest of another. Its course is directed to that for which it was made. Its end lies in that to which its course is directed, and where its end is, there also for each is its benefit and its good. It follows that the good of a rational creature is community. It has long been shown that we are born for community. Or was it not clear that inferior creatures are made in the interest of the superior, and the superior in the interest of each other? But animate is superior to inanimate, and rational to the merely animate. To pursue the impossible is madness, and it is impossible for bad men not to act in character. Nothing happens to any creature beyond its natural endurance. Another has the same experience as you, either through failure to recognize what has happened to him, or in a display of courage. He remains calm and untroubled. Strange, then, that ignorance and pretension should be stronger than wisdom. Things of themselves cannot touch the soul at all. They have no entry to the soul, and cannot turn or move it. The soul alone turns and moves itself, making all externals presented to it cohere with the judgment it thinks worthy of itself. In one respect, man is something with the closest affinity to us, in that it is our duty to do good to men and tolerate them. But in so far as some are obstacles to my proper work, man joins the category of things indifferent to me, no less than the sun, the wind, a wild animal. These can impede some activity, yes, but they form no impediments to my impulse or my disposition, because here there is conditional commitment and the power of adaptation. The mind adapts and turns round any obstacle to action to serve its objective. A hindrance to a given work is turned to its furtherance. An obstacle in a given path becomes an advance. Revere the ultimate power in the universe. This is what makes use of all things and directs all things. But similarly, revere the ultimate power in yourself. This is akin to that other power. In you too, this is what makes use of all else, and your life is governed by it. What is not harmful to the city does not harm the citizen either. Whenever you imagine you have been harmed, apply this criterion. If the city is not harmed by this, then I have not been harmed either. If, on the other hand, harm is done to the city, you should not be angry, but demonstrate to the doer of this harm what he has failed to see himself. Reflect often on the speed with which all things in being, or coming into being, are carried past and swept away. Existence is like a river in ceaseless flow. Its actions a constant succession of change, its causes innumerable in their variety. Scarcely anything stands still, even what is most immediate. Reflect, too, on the yawning gulf of past and future time, in which all things vanish. So in all this it must be folly for anyone to be puffed with ambition, racked in struggle, or indignant at his lot, as if this was anything lasting or likely to trouble him for long. Think of the whole of existence, of which you are the tiniest part. Think of the whole of time, in which you have been assigned a brief and fleeting moment. Think of destiny. What fraction of that are you? Another does wrong. What is that to me? Let him see to it. He has his own disposition, his own action. I have now what universal nature wishes me to have now, and I do what my own nature wishes me to do now. The directing and sovereign part of your soul must stay immune to any current in the flesh, either smoothed or troubled, and keep its independence. It must define its own sphere and confine those affections to the paths they affect. When, though, as must happen in a composite unity, these affections are transmitted to the mind along the reverse route of sympathy, then you must try not to deny the perception of them. But your directing mind must not itself add any judgment of good or bad. Live with the gods. He lives with the gods who consistently shows them his soul content with its lot, and performing the wishes of that divinity, that fragment of himself which Zeus has given each person to guard and guide him. In each of us, this divinity is our mind and reason. Are you angry with the man who smells like a goat, or the one with foul breath? What will you have him do? That's the way his mouth is. That's the way his armpits are. So it's inevitable that they should give out odours to match. But the man is endowed with reason, you say, and if he puts his mind to it, he can work out why he causes offence. Well, good for you. So you too are no less endowed with reason. Bring your rationality, then, to bear on his rationality. Show him. Tell him. If he listens, you will cure him, and no need for anger. Neither hypocrite nor whore. You can live here in this world just as you intend to live when you have left it. But if this is not allowed you, then you should depart life itself, but not as if this were some misfortune. The fire smokes, and I leave the house. Why think this any big matter? But as long as no such thing drives me out, I remain a free man, and no one will prevent me doing what I wish to do. And my wish is to follow the nature of a rational and social being. The intelligence of the whole is a social intelligence. Certainly it has made the lower for the sake of the higher, and set the higher in harmony with each other. You can see how it has subordinated some creatures, coordinated others, given each its proper place, and brought together the superior beings in unity of mind. How have you behaved up to now towards gods, parents, brother, wife, children, teachers, tutors, friends, relations, servants? Has your principle up to now with all of these been, say no evil, do no evil? Remind yourself what you have been through, and had the strength to endure, that the story of your life is fully told, and your service completed. How often you have seen beauty, disregarded pleasure and pain, foregone glory, and been kind to the unkind. Why do unskilled and ignorant minds confound the skillful and the wise? Well, what is the mind of true skill and wisdom? It is the mind which knows the beginning and the end, and knows the reason which informs all of existence and governs the whole in appointed cycles through all eternity. In no time at all, ashes or bare bones, a mere name or not even a name, and if a name, only a sound and echo. The prizes of life, empty, rotten, puny. Puppies snapping at each other, children squabbling, laughter turning straight to tears, and faith, honour, justice, and truth fled up to Olympus from the wide earth. So what is there left to keep us here? If the objects of sense are ever changeable and unstable, if our senses themselves are blurred and easily smudged like wax, if our very soul is a mere exhalation of blood, if success in such a world is vacuous, what then? A calm wait for whatever it is, either extinction or translation. And until the time for that comes, what do we need? Only to worship and praise the gods, and to do good to men, to bear and forbear, and to remember that all that lies within the limits of our poor carcass and our little breath is neither yours nor in your power. You can always ensure the right current to your life if you can first follow the right path. If, that is, your judgments and actions follow the path of reason. There are two things common to the souls of all rational creatures, God or man. They are immune to any external impediment, and the good they seek resides in a just disposition and just action, with this the limit of their desire. If this is no wrongdoing of mine, nor the result of any wrong done to me, and if the community is not harmed, then why do I let it trouble me? And what is the harm that can be done to the community? Don't let the impression of other people's grief carry you away indiscriminately. Help them, yes, as best you can, and as the case deserves, even if their grief is for the loss of something indifferent. But do not imagine their loss as any real harm. That is the wrong way of thinking. Rather, you should be like the old man in the play, who reclaimed at the end his foster child's favourite toy, never forgetting that it was only a toy. So there you are, broadcasting your pity on the hustings. Have you forgotten, man, what these things are worth? Yes, but they are important to these folk. Is that any reason for you to join their folly? There was a time when I met luck at every turn. But luck is the good fortune you determine for yourself, and good fortune consists in good inclinations of the soul, good impulses, good actions. Book 6. The substance of the whole is passive and malleable, and the reason directing this substance has no cause in itself to do wrong, as there is no wrong in it. Nothing it creates is wrongly made, nothing harmed by it. All things have their beginning and their end in accordance with it. If you are doing your proper duty, let it not matter to you whether you are cold or warm, whether you are sleepy or well slept, whether men speak badly or well of you, even whether you are on the point of death or doing something else, because even this, the act in which we die, is one of the acts of life, and so here too it suffices to make the best move you can. Look within. Do not allow the special quality or worth of anything to pass you by. All that exists will soon change. Either it will be turned into vapour, if all matter is a unity, or it will be scattered in atoms. The governing reason knows its own disposition, what it creates and what is the material for its creation. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Let one thing be your joy and comfort: to move on from social act to social act with your mind on God. The directing mind is that which wakes itself, adapts itself, makes itself of whatever nature it wishes, and makes all that happens to it appear in the way it wants. All things have their accomplishment in accordance with the nature of the whole. It could not be in accordance with any other nature, either enclosing from without or enclosed within, or any external influence. Either a stew, an intricate web, and dispersal into atoms, or unity, order, and providence. Now, if the former, why do I even wish to spend my time in a world compounded at random and in like confusion? Why have any concern other than somehow, sometime, to become earth unto earth? And why actually am I troubled? Dispersal will come on me, whatever I do. But if the latter is true, I revere it. I stand firm. I take courage in that which directs all. When circumstances force you to some sort of distress, quickly return to yourself. Do not stay out of rhythm for longer than you must. You will master the harmony the more by constantly going back to it. If you had a stepmother and a mother at the same time, you would pay attention to your stepmother, but nevertheless your constant recourse would be to your mother. This is now how it is with the court and philosophy. So return to philosophy again and again, and take your comfort in her. She will make the other life seem bearable to you, and you bearable in it. How good is it, when you have roast meat or such like foods before you, to impress on your mind that this is the dead body of a fish, this is the dead body of a bird or pig, and again that the Falernian wine is the mere juice of grapes, and your purple-edged robe simply the hair of a sheep soaked in shellfish blood, and in sexual intercourse that it is no more than the friction of a membrane and a spurt of mucus ejected. How good these perceptions are at getting to the heart of the real thing, and penetrating through it, so you can see it for what it is. This should be your practice throughout all your life. When things have such a plausible appearance, show them naked, see their shoddiness, strip away their own boastful account of themselves. Vanity is the greatest seducer of reason. When you are most convinced that your work is important, that is when you are most under its spell. See, for example, what Crates says even about Xenocrates. Most of the things valued by the masses come under the categories of what is sustained by cohesion, minerals, timber, or natural growth, figs, vines, olives. What is valued by the slightly more advanced belongs to the class of things sustained by a principle of life, such as flocks and herds, or the bare ownership of a multitude of slaves. The things valued by yet more refined people are those sustained by the rational soul, not, however, reason as such, but reason expressed in craftsmanship or some other skill. But the man who fully esteems the soul as both rational and political no longer has any regard for those other things, but above all else keeps his own soul in a constant state of rational and social activity, and cooperates to that end with his like. Some things are hurrying to come into being, others are hurrying to be gone, and part of that which is being born is already extinguished. Flows and changes are constantly renewing the world, just as the ceaseless passage of time makes eternity ever young. In this river, then, where there can be no foothold, what should anyone prize of all that races past him? It is as if he were to begin to fancy one of the little sparrows that fly past, but already it's gone from his sight. Indeed, this is the nature of our very lives, as transient as the exhalation of vapour from the blood, or a breath drawn from the air. no different from a single breath taken in and returned to the air, something which we do every moment. No different is the giving back of your whole power of breathing, acquired at your birth just yesterday or thereabouts, to that world from which you first drew it. There is nothing to value in transpiring like plants or breathing like cattle and wild creatures. Nothing in taking the stamp of sense impressions or jerking to the puppet strings of impulse. Nothing in herding together or taking food. This last is no better than voiding the wastes of that food. What, then, is to be valued? Applause? No. Not therefore the applause of tongues either. The praise of the masses is the mere rattle of tongues. So you have jettisoned trivial glory too. What remains to be valued? To my mind, it is to act or refrain from action according to our own proper constitution, something to which skills and crafts show the way. Every craft seeks to make its product suit the purpose for which it is produced. This is the aim of the gardener, the fine dresser, the breaker of horses, the dog trainer. And what is the end to which the training of children and their teaching strives? So this is the true value, and if this is firmly held, you will not be set on acquiring any of the other things for yourself. Will you not then cease to value much else besides? Otherwise you will not be free or self-sufficient or devoid of passion. You will need to be envious and jealous, to suspect those who have the power to deprive you of these things, and to intrigue against people who possess what you value. In short, anyone who feels the need of any of these things is necessarily sullied, and what is more, he will often be driven to blame the gods too. But reverence of your own mind and the value you give to it will make you acceptable to yourself, in harmony with your fellows and constant with the gods, that is, praising all that they assign and have disposed. Up, down, round and round are the motions of the elements, but the movement of active virtue follows none of these. It is something more divine, and it journeys on to success along a path hard to understand. What a way to behave! They refuse to speak well of people who live as their contemporaries and in their company, but they set great store by their own good name among future generations, which they have never seen nor ever will. Yet this is brother to feeling vexed that your predecessors were not singing your praises. Do not imagine that, if something is hard for you to achieve, it is therefore impossible for any man, but rather consider anything that is humanly possible and appropriate to lie within your own reach too. In the field of play, an opponent scratches us with his nail, say, or gives us a butting blow with his head. But we do not mark him for that, or take offence, or suspect him afterwards of deliberate attack. True, we do keep clear of him, but this is good-natured avoidance, not suspicion or treating him as an enemy. Something similar should be the case in the other areas of life too. We have people who are our opponents in the game, and we should overlook much of what they do. We can avoid them, as I say, without suspicion or enmity. If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake in any thought or action, I shall gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone. The harm is to persist in one's own self-deception and ignorance. I do my own duty. The other things do not distract me. They are either inanimate or irrational, or have lost the road and are ignorant of the true way. Since you have reason, and they do not, treat dumb animals and generally all things and objects with generosity and decency. Treat men, because they do have reason, with social concern, and in all things call on the gods. and do not let it matter to you for how long you will be alive in this work. Even 3 hours spent thus are sufficient. Alexander of Macedon and his muleteer were levelled in death. Either they were taken up into the same generative principles of the universe, or they were equally dispersed into atoms. Reflect on how many separate events, both bodily and mental, are taking place in each one of us in the same tiny fragment of time, and then you will not be surprised if many more events, indeed all that come to pass, subsist together in the one and the whole, which we call the universe. If someone puts to you the question, how is the name Antoninus spelt? Will you shout your way through each of the syllables? What then if they get angry? Will you lose your temper too? Will you not rather calmly go through the sequence of letters, telling each one in turn? So also in your life here remember that every duty is the completed sum of certain actions. You must observe these without being disconcerted or answering others' resentment with your own, but following each purpose methodically to its end. How cruel it is not to allow people to strive for what seems to them their interest and advantage. And yet, in a way, you are forbidding them to do this when you fuss that they are wrong. They are surely drawn to their own interest and advantage. But it is not actually so. Well then, teach them. Show them. Do not fuss. Death is relief from reaction to the senses, from the puppet strings of impulse, from the analytical mind, and from service to the flesh. Disgraceful if, in this life where your body does not fail, your soul should fail you first. Take care not to be Caesarified, or dyed in purple. It happens. So keep yourself simple, good, pure, serious, unpretentious, a friend of justice, God-fearing, kind, full of affection, strong for your proper work. Strive hard to remain the same man that philosophy wished to make you. Revere the gods, look after men. Life is short. The one harvest of existence on earth is a godly habit of mind and social action. Always as a pupil of Antoninus, his energy for all that was done according to reason, his constant equability, his piety, his serene expression, his gentleness, his lack of conceit, his drive to take a firm grasp of affairs. How he would never put anything at all aside without first looking closely into it and understanding it clearly. How he would tolerate those who unfairly blamed him without returning the blame. How he was never rushed in anything. He would not listen to malicious gossip. He was an accurate judge of men's characters and actions, slow to criticize, immune to rumor and suspicion, devoid of pretense. How he was content with little by way of house, bed, dress, food, servants, his love of work and his stamina. He was a man to stay at the same task until evening, not even needing to relieve himself except at his usual hour. Such was his frugal diet. Constant and fair in his friendships, tolerant of frank opposition to his own views, and delighted to be shown a better way. God-fearing, but not superstitious. So may your own last hour find you with a conscience as clear as his. Sober up. Recall yourself. Shake off sleep once more. Realize they were mere dreams that troubled you, and now that you are awake again, look on these things as you would have looked on a dream. I am made of body and soul. Now to the poor body all things are indifferent, as it cannot even make any distinction. To the mind, all that is not its own activity is indifferent, and its own activities are all in its control. But within these the mind is only concerned with the present. Its activities in the future and in the past are also indifferent at any present moment. The pain of labour, for hand or foot, is not contrary to nature. As long as the foot is doing the work of a foot, and the hand the work of a hand, so likewise for a man, qua man. There is nothing contrary to nature in pain, as long as he is doing the work of a man, and if not contrary to nature for him, not an evil either. As for pleasure, pirates, catamites, parricides, and tyrants have enjoyed it to the full. Do you not see how the working craftsman, while deferring to the layman up to a point, nevertheless sticks to the principle of his craft, and will not bear to desert it? Is it not strange, then, that the architect and the doctor will show greater respect for the guiding principle of their craft than man will for his own guiding principle, which he has in common with the gods? Asia, Europe, are mere nooks of the universe. Every ocean is a drop in the universe. Mount Athos, a spadeful of earth in the universe. The whole of present time is a pinprick of eternity. All things are tiny, quickly changed, evanescent. All things come from that other world, taking their start from that universal governing reason, or in consequence of it. So even the lion's gaping jaws, poison, every kind of mischief are, like thorns or bogs, consequential products of that which is noble and lovely. So do not think them alien to what you worship, but reflect rather on the fountain of all things. He who sees the present has seen all things, both all that has come to pass from everlasting, and all that will be for eternity. All things are related and the same. You should meditate often on the connection of all things in the universe and their relationship to each other. In a way, all things are interwoven, and therefore have a family feeling for each other. One thing follows another in due order through the tension of movement, the common spirit inspiring them, and the unity of all being. Fit yourself for the matters which have fallen to your lot, and love these people among whom destiny has cast you, but your love must be genuine. An instrument, a tool, a utensil. All these things are fine if they perform the function for which they were made. And yet in such cases the maker is external to the object made. In the case of things held together by organic nature, the power that made them is within and immanent in them. You should therefore respect it the more, and believe that if you keep your being and your conduct in accordance with the will of this power, all then conforms to your mind. So it is in the whole also. All that is in it conforms to the mind of the whole. If you set up as good or evil any of the things beyond your control, it necessarily follows that in the occurrence of that evil or the frustration of that good, you blame the gods and hate the men who are the real or suspected causes of that occurrence or that frustration. And indeed, we do much injustice through our concern for such things. But if we determine that only what lies in our own power is good or evil, there is no reason left us either to charge a god or to take a hostile stance to a man. We all work together to the same end, some with conscious attention, others without knowing it. Just as Heraclitus, I think, says that even people asleep are workers in the factory of all that happens in the world. One person contributes in this way, another in that, and there is room even for the critic who tries to oppose or destroy the production. The world had need of him too. So it remains for you to decide in which category you place yourself. Certainly he who governs the whole will make good use of you and welcome you into some part of the joint workforce, but just make sure that your part is not that of the cheap and vulgar line in the comedy, as noted by Chrysippus. Does the sun presume to do the work of the rain god, or Asclepius that of the goddess of harvest? And what of each of the stars? Is it not that they are different, but work together to the same end? Now if the gods took thought for me, and for what must happen to me, they will have taken thought for my good. It is not easy to conceive of a thoughtless God, and what possible reason could they have had to be bent on my harm? What advantage would there have been from that, either for themselves or for the common good, which is the main concern of their providence? If they did not take individual thought for me, then certainly they took thought for the common good, and since what happens to me is a consequential part of that, I should accept and welcome it. But if, after all, they take thought for nothing, an impious thing to believe, otherwise let us abandon sacrifice, prayer to the gods, swearing by the gods, all the other things which we variously do on the assumption that the gods are with us and share our lives. If then they take no thought for any of our concerns, it is open to me to take the thought for myself. And my concern is for what is best. Best for each is what suits his own condition and nature, and my nature is both rational and social. As Antoninus, my city and country is Rome. As a human being, it is the world. So what benefits these two cities is my only good. All that happens to the individual is to the benefit of the whole. So far, so clear. But if you look more closely, you will also see, as a general rule, that what benefits one person benefits other people too, though here, benefit should be taken in its popular application to things which are, in fact, indifferent. Just as all the business of the amphitheatre and such places offends you as always one of the same sight, and this monotony of the spectacle bores you, so it is too with your experience of life as a whole. Everything, up or down, is the same, with the same causes. How much longer, then? Think constantly of all the sorts of men, of various professions, of all the nations on earth who have died, and so bring your thoughts down to Philistian, Phoebus, and Oreganian. Pass now to the other classes of men. We too are bound to change our abode to that other world, where there are so many skilled orators, so many distinguished philosophers. Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, so many heroes of old, so many later commanders and kings. Add Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes. Add other men of penetrating intellect, men of great vision, men dedicated to their work. Add rogues, bigots, and even satirists of this transient mortal life, like Menipus and his kind. Reflect of all of these that they are long dead and buried. So is this anything terrible for them, or indeed for men whose very names are lost? In this world there is only one thing of value: to live out your life in truth and justice, tolerant of those who are neither true nor just. Whenever you want to cheer yourself, think of the qualities of your fellows. The energy of one, for example, the decency of another, the generosity of a third, some other merit in a fourth. There is nothing so cheering as the stamp of virtues manifest in the character of colleagues. And the greater the collective incidence, the better. so keep them ready to hand. You do not resent your weight, do you? That you weigh only so many pounds, and not 300. So why resent either a lifespan of so many years, and not more? Just as you are content with the amount of matter allocated to you, so you should be content with your allocation of time. Try to persuade them, but act even if they are unpersuaded, whenever the principle of justice so directs. But if someone forcibly resists, change tack to an unhurt acceptance, so using the obstacle to bring forth a different virtue. And remember that you set out on a conditional course. You were not aiming at the impossible. So what were you aiming at? An impulse qualified by a condition. This you have achieved. What we proposed to ourselves has been accomplished. How to understand your own good. The lover of glory takes it to be the reactions of others. The lover of pleasure takes it to be his own passive experience. The intelligent man sees it as his own action. It is possible to have no understanding of this, and not be troubled in mind. Things of themselves have no inherent power to form our judgments. Accustom yourself not to be disregarding of what someone else has to say. As far as possible, enter into the mind of the speaker. What does not benefit the hive does not benefit the bee either. If sailors spoke ill of their captain or patients of their doctor, who else would they listen to? Otherwise, how would the captain achieve a safe voyage for his passengers, or the doctor health for those in his care? How many with whom I came into this world have already left? Appearances. To the jaundiced, honey seems bitter. To those bitten by rabid dogs, water is a terror. To little boys, a ball is joy. Why then am I angry? Or do you think that false representation has less effect than bile in the jaundiced, or poison in the hydrophobic? No one will prevent you living in accordance with the principle of your own nature. Nothing will happen to you contrary to the principle of the universal nature. What sort of people they wish to please, and what kind of actions are the means of their success. How quickly time will cover everything. How much is covered already. Book 7. This is wickedness. This is what you have often seen, and you should have this thought ready to hand against any eventuality. I have seen this often before. Generally, wherever you look, you will find the same things. The histories, ancient, more recent, and modern, are full of them. Cities and households are full of them today. There is nothing new. All is familiar, and all short-lived. Your principles are living things. How else could they be deadened except by the extinction of the corresponding mental images? And the constant rekindling of these is up to you. I am able to form the judgment I should about this event. If able, why troubled? All that lies outside my own mind is nothing to it. Learn this, and you stand upright. You can live once more. Look at things again as you used to look at them. In this is the resumption of life. The empty pomp of a procession, plays on the stage, flocks and herds, jousting shows, a bone thrown to puppies, titbits into the fish ponds, ants toiling and carrying, the scurries of frightened mice, puppets dancing on their strings. Well, amid all this you must keep yourself tolerant. Do not snort at them. But bear in mind that a person's worth is measured by the worth of what he values. In conversation, one ought to follow closely what is said. In any impulse, to follow closely what takes place. In the latter case, to see immediately the intended object of reference. In the former, to watch carefully what is meant. Is my mind sufficient for this task, or is it not? If it is, I use it for the task as an instrument given me by the nature of the whole. If it is not, I either cede the work, if it is otherwise my responsibility, to someone better able to accomplish it, or do it as best I can, calling in aid someone who, in cooperation with my own directing mind, can achieve what is at this particular time the need and benefit of the community. Whatever I do, either by myself or with another, should have this sole focus, the common benefit and harmony. How many who once rose to fame are now consigned to oblivion, and how many who sang their fame are long disappeared. Do not be ashamed of help. It is your task to achieve your assigned duty, like a soldier in a scaling party. What then, if you are lame and cannot climb the parapet by yourself, but this is made possible by another's help? Do not let the future trouble you. You will come to it, if that is what you must, possessed of the same reason that you apply now to the present. All things are meshed together, and a sacred bond unites them. Hardly a single thing is alien to the rest. Ordered together in their places, they together make up the one order of the universe. There is one universe out of all things, one God pervading all things, one substance, one law, one common reason in all intelligent beings, and one truth. If indeed there is also one perfection of all cognate beings, sharing in the same reason. Everything material rapidly disappears in the universal substance. Every cause is rapidly taken up into the universal reason, and the memory of everything is rapidly buried in eternity. For a rational being, to act in accordance with nature is also to act in accordance with reason. Standing straight or held straight. Rational beings collectively have the same relation as the various limbs of an organic unity. They were created for a single cooperative purpose. The notion of this will strike you more forcefully if you keep on saying to yourself, I am a limb of the composite body of rational beings. If, though, by the change of one letter from L to R, melos to meros, you call yourself simply a part rather than a limb, you do not yet love your fellow men from your heart. Doing good does not yet delight you as an end in itself. You are still doing it as a mere duty, not yet as a kindness to yourself. Let any external thing that so wishes happen to those parts of me which can be affected by its happening, and they, if they wish, can complain. I myself am not yet harmed unless I judge this occurrence something bad, and I can refuse to do so. Whatever anyone does or says, I must be a good man. It is as if an emerald or gold or purple were always saying, whatever anyone does or says, I must be an emerald and keep my own color. The directing mind does not disturb itself. For example, it does not frighten itself or lead itself to desire. If anyone else can frighten it or cause it pain, let him do so. Of itself, of its own judgment, it will not deliberately turn to such modes. The body should take care, as far as it can, to avoid harm. the sensual soul which fears fear or pain should say if it does so. But that which makes general assessment of all these things will not suffer at all. It will not itself rush to any such judgment. Of itself, the directing mind is without needs, unless it creates a need for itself. In the same way, it is untroubled and unhindered, unless it troubles or hinders itself. Happiness is a benign God or a divine blessing. Why then, my imagination, are you doing what you do? Go away, in the God's name, the way you came. I have no need of you. You have come in your old habit. I'm not angry with you. Only go away. Is someone afraid of change? Well, what can ever come to be without change? Or what is dearer or closer to the nature of the whole than change? Can you yourself take your bath if the wood that heats it is not changed? Can you be fed unless what you eat changes? Can any other of the benefits of life be achieved without change? Do you not see then that for you to be changed is equal and equally necessary to the nature of the whole? All our bodies, being of one nature with the whole and cooperating with it as our limbs do with each other, pass through the universal substance as through a swirling stream. How many a Chrysippus, a Socrates, an Epictetus has eternity already swallowed? This same thought should strike you about any man at all, and anything. I have only one anxiety, that I myself should do something which the human constitution does not intend, or does not intend in this way, or at this time. Soon you will have forgotten all things. Soon all things will have forgotten you. It is human nature to love even those who trip and fall. This follows, if you reflect at the time, that all men are brothers, that they go wrong through ignorance, not intent, that in a short while both you and they will be dead, and above all, that the man has not harmed you. He has not made your directing mind worse than it was before. Universal nature uses the substance of the universe like wax, making now the model of a horse, then melting it down and using its material for a tree, next for a man, next for something else. Each one of these subsists only for the briefest time. It is no more hardship for a box to be broken up than to be put together. A deep scowl on the face is contrary to nature, and when it becomes habitual, expressiveness begins to die, or is even finally extinguished beyond rekindling. Try to attend to this very point, that this is something against reason. In the field of moral behavior, if even the consciousness of doing wrong is lost, what reason is there left for living? All that you see will in a moment be changed by the nature which governs the whole. It will create other things out of this material, and then again others out of that, so that the world is always young. When someone does you some wrong, you should consider immediately what judgment of good or evil led him to wrong you. When you see this, you will pity him, and not feel surprise or anger. You yourself either still share his view of good or something like it, in which case you should understand and forgive. If, on the other hand, you no longer judge such things as either good or evil, it will be the easier for you to be patient with the unsighted. Do not dream of possession of what you do not have. Rather reflect on the greatest blessings in what you do have, and on their account remind yourself how much they would have been missed if they were not there. But at the same time, You must be careful not to let your pleasure in them habituate you to dependency, to avoid distress if they are sometimes absent. Withdraw into yourself. It is in the nature of the rational directing mind to be self-content with acting rightly and the calm it thereby enjoys. Erase the print of imagination. Stop the puppet strings of impulse. Define the present moment of time. Recognize what happens to you or to another. Analyze and divide the event into the causal and the material. Think of your final hour. Leave the wrong done by another where it started. Stretch your thought to parallel what is being said. Let your mind get inside what is happening and who is doing it. Take your joy in simplicity, in integrity, in indifference to all that lies between virtue and vice. Love mankind, follow God. Democritus says, all else is subject to the law of convention. Only the elements are absolute and real. But enough for you to remember that all is subject to law, precepts reduced to very few. On death, either dispersal, if we are atoms, or if we are a unity, extinction, or a change of home. On pain, unbearable pain carries us off. Chronic pain can be borne. The mind preserves its own serenity by withdrawal, and the directing reason is not impaired by pain. It is for the parts injured by the pain to protest, if they can. On fame, look at their minds, the nature of their thought and what they seek or avoid, and see how, just as drifting sands constantly overlay the previous sand, so in our lives what we once did is very quickly covered over by subsequent layers. So to a man endowed with noble intelligence and a vision of all time and all being, do you think that this human life will seem of great importance? Impossible, he said. So such a man will not think there is anything fearful in death either. Certainly not. A king's lot, to do good and be damned. It is shameful that the face should be so obedient, shaping and ordering its expression, as the mind dictates, when the mind cannot impose its own shape and order on itself. Mere things, brute facts, should not provoke your rage. They have no mind to care. May you give joy to the immortal gods and joy to us. Ripe ears of corn are reaped, and so are lives. One stands, another falls. If I and my 2 sons are now no more the gods' concern, this too will have its cause. For good and right stand on my side. Don't join in mourning or in ecstasy. But I could give this man a proper answer, I would say. You are mistaken, my friend, if you think that a man of any worth at all should take into account the risk of life or death, and not have as his sole consideration in any action whether he is doing right or wrong, the act of a good man or a bad. The truth of the matter, my fellow Athenians, is this. Whatever position a man has taken up in his own best judgment, or is assigned by his commander, there, it seems to me, he should stay and face the danger, giving no thought to death or anything else before dishonor. But, my dear fellow, consider it possible that nobility and virtue are something other than saving one's life or having it saved. Could it not be that anyone who is truly a man should dismiss any concern for a particular length of life, and not simply live for the sake of living. Rather, he should leave all this to God and believe what the womenfolk say, that no one ever escapes the day of his fate. His thoughts should be on this further question: how best to live his life in the time he has to be alive. Observe the movement of the stars, as if you were running their courses with them, and let your mind constantly dwell on the changes of the elements into each other. Such imaginings wash away the filth of life on the ground. Further, when your talk is about mankind, view earthly things as if looking down on them from some point high above. Flocks, armies, farms, weddings, divorces, births, deaths, the hubbub of the law courts, desert places, various foreign nations, festivals, funerals, markets, all the medley of the world and the ordered conjunction of opposites. Look back over the past, all those many changes of dynasties, and you can foresee the future too. It will be completely alike, incapable of deviating from the rhythm of the present. So for the study of human life, 40 years are as good as 10,000. What more will you see? Again, what is born of earth goes back to earth, but the growth from heavenly seed returns whence it came, to heaven. Or else this: a dissolution of the nexus of atoms and senseless molecules likewise dispersed. Again, with special food or drink, or sorcery, seeking a channel from the stream of death. The wind that blows from God we must endure, and labour uncomplaining. Better at throwing his man, but not more public-spirited, or more decent, or more disciplined to circumstance, or more tolerant of neighbours' faults. Where a task can be accomplished in accordance with the reason which gods and men share, there is nothing to be afraid of, because where there is the possibility of benefit from an action which moves along a proper path, following our human constitution, there should be no lurking fear of any harm. Everywhere and all the time, it is up to you to honour God in contentment with your present circumstance, to treat the men who are your present company with justice, and to lavish thought on every present impression in your mind, so that nothing slips in past your understanding. Do not look around at the directing minds of other people, but keep looking straight ahead to where nature is leading you, both universal nature in what happens to you, and your own nature in what you must do yourself. Every creature must do what follows from its own constitution. The rest of creation is constituted to serve rational beings, just as in everything else the lower exists for the higher. But rational beings are here to serve each other. So the main principle in man's constitution is the social. The second is resistance to the promptings of the flesh. It is the specific property of rational and intelligent activity to isolate itself and never be influenced by the activity of the senses or impulses. Both these are of the animal order, and it is the aim of intelligent activity to be sovereign over them and never yield them the mastery, and rightly so, as it is the very nature of intelligence to put all these things to its own use. The third element in a rational constitution is a judgment unhurried and undeceived. So let your directing mind hold fast to these principles and follow the straight road ahead. Then it has what belongs to it. Imagine you are now dead, or had not lived before this moment. Now view the rest of your life as a bonus, and live it as nature directs. Love only what falls your way and is fated for you. What could suit you more than that? In every contingency, Keep in your mind's eye those who had the same experience before and reacted with vexation, disbelief, or complaint. So where are they now? Nowhere. Well then, do you want to act like them? Why not leave the moods and shifts of others to the shifting and the shifted, and for yourself concentrate wholly on how to make use of these contingencies? You will then use them well, and they will be raw material in your hands. Only take care and seek your own best good in all that you do. Remember these two things. The action is important, the context indifferent. Dig inside yourself. Inside there is a spring of goodness ready to gush at any moment if you keep digging. The body, too, should stay firmly composed and not fling itself about either in motion or at rest. Just as the mind displays qualities in the face, keeping it intelligent and attractive, something similar should be required of the whole body. But all this should be secured without making an obvious point of it. The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing, in that it stands ready for what comes and is not thrown by the unforeseen. All the time you should consider who are these people whose endorsement you wish, and what are the minds that direct them. When you look into the sources of their judgment and impulse, you will not blame their unwitting error, nor will you feel the need of their endorsement. No soul, says Plato, likes to be robbed of truth, and the same holds of justice, moderation, kindness, and all such virtues. Essential that you should keep this constantly in your mind. This will make you more gentle to all. Whenever you suffer pain, have ready to hand the thought that pain is not a moral evil and does not harm your governing intelligence. Pain can do no damage either to its rational or to its social nature. In most cases of pain, you should be helped too by the saying of Epicurus: pain is neither unendurable nor unending, as long as you remember its limits and do not exaggerate it in your imagination. Remember too that many things we find disagreeable are the unrecognized analogues of pain. Drowsiness, for example, oppressive heat, loss of appetite. So when you find yourself complaining of any of these, say to yourself, you are giving in to pain. Take care that you never treat the misanthropic as they treat mankind. How do we know that Talorgs' character did not make him a better man than Socrates? It is not enough that Socrates died a more glorious death, that he argued more skillfully with the sophists, that he showed greater endurance in spending a whole night out in the frost, that he was braver in his decision to refuse the order to arrest Leon of Salamis, that he swaggered in the streets, though one could well question if this last is true. No, what we need to investigate is the nature of Socrates' soul. We should ask whether he was able to be content with a life of justice shown to men and piety to the gods, neither condemning all vice wholesale, nor yet toadying to anyone's ignorance, not regarding anything allotted to him by the whole as misplaced in him, or a crushing burden to endure, not lending his mind to share the poor passions of the flesh. The way nature has blended you into the compound whole does not prevent you drawing a boundary around yourself and keeping what is your own in your own control. Always remember this. Remember, too, that the happy life depends on very little, and do not think, just because you have given up hope of becoming a philosopher or a scientist, you should therefore despair of a free spirit, integrity, social conscience, obedience to God. It is wholly possible to become a divine man without anybody's recognition. Live through your life without pressure and in the utmost contentment, Even if all are clamouring what they will against you, even if wild beasts are tearing off the limbs of this poor lump of a body accreted round you. What in all this prevents the mind from preserving itself in tranquillity, in true judgment of circumstance and readiness to use any event submitted to it? So that judgment says to circumstance, "This is what you really are, however different you may conventionally appear," and ready use says to event, "I was looking for you. I always take the present moment as raw material for the exercise of rational and social virtue. In short, for the art of man or God. Because a god or man can assimilate anything that happens. It will not be new or hard to handle, but familiar and easy. Perfection of character is this: to live each day as if it were your last, without frenzy, without apathy, without pretense. The gods, who are free from death, do not resent their need throughout all the length of eternity to tolerate in such numbers such worthless creatures as men. What is more, they even care for them in all sorts of ways. And do you, with the merest time before your own exit, refuse to make the effort, and that when you are one of the worthless creatures yourself? It is ridiculous not to escape from one's own vices, which is possible, while trying to escape the vices of others, which is impossible. Whatever the rational and social faculty finds neither intelligent nor to the common good, it judges with good reason beneath itself. When you have done good, and another has benefited, why do you still look, as fools do, for a third thing besides? Credit for good works, or a return? No one tires of receiving benefit, and action in accordance with nature is your own benefit. Do not then tire of benefit gained by benefit given. The nature of the whole set itself to create a universe. So now either everything that comes into being springs from that as logical consequence, or else even the primary aims, to which the directing mind of the universe sets its own impulse, are irrational. Reminding yourself of this will help you to face much with greater tranquility. Book 8. This too is a counter to pretension, that you have lost now the chance to live your whole life, or at least your adult life, as a philosopher. Indeed, it has become clear to many, yourself included, that you are far from philosophy. You are tarnished then. Difficult for you now to win the reputation of a philosopher, and besides, your station in life is a contrary pull. So if you have a true perception of how things lie, abandon any concern for reputation, and be satisfied if you can just live the rest of your life, whatever remains, in the way your nature wishes. You must consider, then, what those wishes are, and then let nothing else distract you. You know from experience that in all your wanderings you have nowhere found the good life. Not in logic, not in wealth, not in glory, not in indulgence. Nowhere. Where then is it to be found? In doing what man's nature requires. And how is he to do this? By having principles to govern his impulses and actions. What are these principles? Those of good and evil. The belief that nothing is good for a human being which does not make him just, self-controlled, brave and free, and nothing evil which does not make him the opposite of these. Ask yourself this about each action. How does this sit with me? Shall I regret it? In a short while I am dead, and all things are gone. What more do I want if this present work is that of an intelligent and social being sharing one law with God? Alexander, Julius Caesar, Pompey. What are they to Diogenes, Heraclitus, Socrates? These men saw into reality, its causes and its material, and their directing minds were their own masters. As for the former, they were slaves to all their ambitions. Even if you burst with indignation, they will still carry on regardless. First, do not be upset. All things follow the nature of the whole, and in a little while you will be no one and nowhere, as is true now even of Hadrian and Augustus. Next, concentrate on the matter in hand and see it for what it is. Remind yourself of your duty to be a good man and rehearse what man's nature demands. Then do it straight and unswerving, or say what you best think right. Always, though, in kindness, integrity, and sincerity. The work of universal nature is to translate this reality to another, to change things, to take them from here and carry them there. All things are mutations, but there is equality too in their distribution. All is familiar. No cause, then, for fear of anything new. Every living organism is fulfilled when it follows the right path for its own nature. For a rational nature, the right path is to withhold assent to anything false or obscure in the impressions made on its mind, to direct its impulses solely to social action, to reserve its desires and aversions to what lies in our power, and to welcome all that is assigned to it by universal nature. Because it is a part of universal nature, just as the nature of the leaf is part of the plant's nature, except that in the case of the leaf, its nature partakes of a nature which lacks perception or reason and is liable to impediment. Whereas man's nature is part of a nature which is unimpeded, intelligent, and just, in that to each creature it gives fair and appropriate allocations of duration, substance, cause, activity, and experience. But do not look to find a one-to-one correspondence in every case, but rather an overall equivalence, the totality of this to the aggregate of that. Not possible to study, but possible to rein in arrogance, possible to triumph over pleasures and pains, possible to rise above mere glory, possible not to be angry with the unfeeling and the ungrateful, and even, yes, to care for them. Let nobody any more hear you blaming palace life. Don't hear yourself blaming it. Regret is a censure of yourself for missing something beneficial. The good must be something beneficial and of concern to the wholly good person. No wholly good person would regret missing a pleasure. Therefore, pleasure is neither beneficial nor a good. What is this thing in itself, in its own constitution? What are its elements of substance and material, and of cause? What is its function in the world? What is its duration? When you are reluctant to get up from your sleep, remind yourself that it is your constitution and a man's nature to perform social acts, whereas sleep is something you share with dumb animals. Now, what accords with the nature of each being is thereby the more closely related to it, the more in its essence, and indeed, the more to its liking. Constantly test your mental impressions, each one individually, if you can. Investigate the cause, identify the emotion, apply the analysis of logic. Whenever you meet someone, ask yourself first this immediate question. What beliefs does this person hold about the good and bad in life? Because if he believes this or that about pleasure and pain and their constituents, about fame and obscurity, death and life, then I shall not find it surprising or strange if he acts in this or that way, and I shall remember that he has no choice but to act as he does. It would be absurd to be surprised at a fig tree bearing figs. Remember that there is as little cause for surprise if the world brings forth fruits, such as these, when the crop is there. Equally absurd for a doctor or a ship's captain to be surprised at a fever in a patient or a headwind springing up. Remember that to change course or accept correction leaves you just as free as you were. The action is your own, driven by your own impulse and judgment, indeed, your own intelligence. If the choice is yours, why do the thing? But if it is another's choice, what do you blame? Atoms or gods? Either is madness. There is no blame. If you can, put him right. If you can't, at the least put the matter itself right. If that too is impossible, what further purpose does blame serve? Nothing should be done without purpose. What dies does not pass out of the universe. If it remains here and is changed, then here too it is resolved into the everlasting constituents, which are the elements of the universe, and of you yourself. These too change, and make no complaint of it. Everything has come into being for a purpose. A horse, say, a vine. Does this surprise you? Even the sun will say, I came into being for a purpose. Likewise the other gods. For what purpose then were you created? For your pleasure. Just see whether this idea can be entertained. Nature's aim for everything includes its cessation just as much as its beginning and its duration, like someone throwing up a ball. How can it be good for the ball on the way up and bad on the way down, or even when it hits the ground? How can it be good for a bubble when it forms and bad when it bursts? A candle is a similar example. Turn it inside out and see what it is like, what it becomes in age, sickness, death. Life is short both for praiser and praised, for the remembering and the remembered. And this, moreover, in just a cranny of one continent. Even here not all are attuned to each other, or even an individual to himself, and the whole earth is a mere point in space. Concentrate on the subject or the act in question, on principle or meaning. You deserve what you're going through. You would rather become good tomorrow than be good today. Doing something. I do it with reference to the benefit of mankind. Something happening to me. I accept it in reference to the gods and the universal source from which all things spring interrelated. Just as you see your bath, all soap, sweat, grime, greasy water, the whole thing disgusting, so is every part of life and every object in it. Lucilla buried Verus. Then Lucilla was buried. Secunda buried Maximus, then Secunda next. So with Epitincinus and Diotimus, Antoninus and Faustina. The same story always. Sulla saw Hadrian to his grave, then went to his own grave. Where are they now, those sharp minds, those prophets or prigs? Certainly Charax, Demetrius, Eudaemon, and others like them were sharp minds, but all creatures of a day long dead. Some not remembered even briefly, some turned into legend, and some now vanishing even from legend. So remember this, that either the poor compound of your body must be scattered, or your frail spirit must be extinguished, or else migrate and take its post elsewhere. Man's joy is to do man's proper work, and work proper to man is benevolence to his own kind, disdain for the stirrings of the senses, diagnosis of the impressions he can trust, contemplation of universal nature and all things thereby entailed. 3 relations. First, to your environment. Second, to the divine cause which is the source of all that happens to all men. Third, to your fellows and contemporaries. Pain is an evil either to the body, so let the body give its evidence, or to the soul. But the soul can preserve its own clear sky and calm voyage by not assessing pain as an evil. Every judgment, every impulse, desire and rejection is within the soul, where nothing evil can penetrate. Erase the impressions on your mind by constantly saying to yourself, "Is it in my power now to keep this soul of mine free from any vice or passion, or any other disturbance at all? But seeing all things for what they are, I can treat them on their merits. Remember this power which nature gives you." When you speak to the Senate, or to any individual, be straightforward, not pedantic. Use language which rings true. The court of Augustus, wife, daughter, grandsons, stepsons, sister, Agrippa, relatives, household, friends, Arius, Maecenas, doctors, diviners, an entire court dead. Go on now to other cases, where it is not the death of just one individual, but of a whole family, like the Pompeys, and there is the inscription you see on tombstones, "The last of his line." Just think of all the anxiety of previous generations to leave behind an heir, and then one has to be the last. Here again the death of a whole family. You must compose your life action by action, and be satisfied if each action achieves its own end as best can be, and no one can prevent you from that achievement. But there will be some external obstacle. No obstacle, though, to justice, self-control and reason. But perhaps some other source of action will be obstructed. Well, gladly accept the obstruction as it is. Make a judicious change to meet the given circumstance, and another action will immediately substitute and fit into the composition of your life as discussed. Accept humbly, let go easily. If you have ever seen a severed hand or foot, or a head cut off and lying some way away from the rest of the body, analogous is what someone does to himself as far as he can, when he will not accept his lot and severs himself from society, or does some unsocial act. Suppose you have made yourself an outcast from the unity of nature. You were born part of it, but now you have cut yourself off. Yet here lies the paradox, that it is open to you to rejoin that unity. No other part has this privilege from God, to come together again once it has been separated and cut away. Just consider the grace of God's favour to man. He has put it in man's power, not to be broken off from the whole in the first place, and also, if he has broken off, to return and grow back again, resuming his role as a member. Just as the nature of the whole is the source of all other faculties, in every rational creature, so it has given us this power too. In the same way that nature turns to its own purpose anything obstructive or contrary, placing it in the fated scheme of things and making it part of itself, so the rational being can also convert every obstacle into material for his own use, and use it to further whatever his original purpose was. Do not let the panorama of your life oppress you. Do not dwell on all the various troubles which may have occurred in the past or may occur in the future. Just ask yourself in each instance of the present, what is there in this work which I cannot endure or support? You will be ashamed to make any such confession. Then remind yourself that it is neither the future nor the past which weighs on you, but always the present, and the present burden reduces, if only you can isolate it and accuse your mind of weakness if it cannot hold against something thus stripped bare. Is Panthea, or Pergamus, still sitting by the coffin of Verus? Or Chabrias or Diotimus by Hadrian's? Ridiculous. And if they were still sitting there, would the dead be aware? And if they were aware, would they be pleased? And if they were pleased, would that make their mourners immortal? Was it not their fate also first to grow old? Old women and old men like any others, and then to die. And with them dead, what would those they mourned do then? It is all stench and corruption in a bag of bones. If you have sharp sight, use it. But, as the poet says, add wise judgment. In the constitution of the rational being, I can see no virtue that counters justice, but I do see the counter to pleasure, self-control. If you remove your judgment of anything that seems painful, you yourself stand quite immune to pain. What self? Reason. But I am not just reason. Granted. So let your reason cause itself no pain. And if some other part of you is in trouble, it can form its own judgment for itself. An obstacle to sense perception is harmful to animal nature. An obstacle to impulse is likewise harmful to animal nature. Something else will be similarly obstructive and harmful to the constitution of plants. It follows that an obstacle to the mind is harmful to intelligent nature. Now apply all this to yourself. Is pain or pleasure affecting you? That is for the senses. You have formed an impulse and then met some obstruction. If this was an unconditional aim, then yes, the obstruction harms your rational nature. But if you accept what is common experience, no harm is yet done or hindrance caused. You see, no one else will impede the proper functions of the mind. The mind cannot be touched by fire, steel, tyranny, slander, or anything whatever, once it has become a perfect round in solitude. I have no cause to hurt myself. I have never consciously hurt anyone else. Joy varies from person to person. My joy is if I keep my directing mind pure, denying no human being or human circumstance, but looking on all things with kindly eyes, giving welcome or use to each as it deserves. Look, make yourself a gift of this present time. Those who are more inclined to pursue fame hereafter fail to reckon that the next generation will have people just like those they dislike now, and they too will die. What, anyway, is it to you if this is the echo in future voices, and this the judgment they make of you? Pick me up and throw me where you will. Wherever I land, I shall keep the God within me happy, satisfied, that is, if attitude and action follow its own constitution. Is this present thing any good reason for my soul to be sick and out of sorts, humbled, craving, shackled, shying? Will you find any good reason for that? Nothing can happen to any human being outside the experience which is natural to humans. An ox, too, experiences nothing foreign to the nature of oxen. A vine, nothing foreign to the nature of vines. A stone, nothing outside the property of a stone. So, if each thing experiences what is usual and natural for it, why should you complain? Universal nature has brought you nothing you can't endure. If your distress has some external cause, it is not the thing itself that troubles you, but your own judgment of it, and you can erase this immediately. If it is something in your own attitude that distresses you, no one stops you correcting your view. So too, if you are distressed at not achieving some action you think salutary, why not carry on rather than fret. But there is an obstacle in the way too solid to move. No cause for distress then, since the reason for failure does not lie within you. But life is not worth living if I fail in this. Well then, you must depart this life, as gracious in death as one who does achieve his purpose, and at peace, too, with those who stood in your way. Remember that your directing mind becomes invincible when it withdraws into its own self-sufficiency, not doing anything it does not wish to do, even if its position is unreasonable. How much more, then, when the judgment it forms is reasoned and deliberate? That is why a mind free from passions is a fortress. People have no stronger place of retreat, and someone taking refuge here is then impregnable. Anyone who has not seen this is short of wisdom. Anyone who has seen it and does not take refuge is short of fortune. Do not elaborate to yourself beyond what your initial impressions report. You have been told that so-and-so is maligning you. That is the report. You have not been told that you are harmed. I see that my little boy is ill. That is what I see. I do not see that he is in danger. So always stay like this within your first impressions, and do not add conclusions from your own thoughts. And then that is all. Or, rather, you can add the conclusions of one acquainted with all that happens in the world. A bitter cucumber. Throw it away. Brambles in the path. Go round them. That is all you need, without going on to ask, so why are these things in the world anyway? That question would be laughable to a student of nature, just as any carpenter or cobbler would laugh at you if you objected to the sight of shavings or offcuts from their work on the shop floor. Yet they have somewhere to throw their rubbish, whereas the nature of the whole has nothing outside itself. The marvel of its craft is that it sets its own confines and recycles into itself all within them which seems to be decaying, growing old, or losing its use, and then creates afresh from this same material. This way it requires no substance other than its own, and has no need for a rubbish dump. So it is complete in its own space, its own material, and its own craftsmanship. Do not be dilatory in action, muddled in communication, or vague in thought. Don't let your mind settle into depression or elation. Allow some leisure in your life. They kill, they cut in pieces, they hunt with curses. What relevance has this to keeping your mind pure, sane, sober, just? As if a man were to come up to a spring of clear, sweet water and curse it. It would still continue to bubble up water good to drink. He could throw in mud or dung. In no time the spring will break it down, wash it away, and take no colour from it. How then can you secure an everlasting spring and not a cistern? By keeping yourself at all times intent on freedom, and staying kind, simple, and decent. Someone who does not know that there is an ordered universe does not know where he is. Someone who does not know the natural purpose of the universe does not know who he is or what the universe is. Someone who fails in any one of these ways could not tell the purpose of his own existence either. So what do you think of the man who fears or courts the applause of an audience who have no idea where they are or who they are? Do you want the praise of a man who curses himself 3 times an hour? Do you want to please a man who can't please himself? Can a man please himself when he regrets almost everything he does? Don't now just take your breath from the surrounding air, but take your thought, too, from the mind which embraces all things. The power of mind spreads everywhere and permeates no less than the air. It is there for all who want to absorb it, just like the air, for those who can draw breath. Wickedness overall does no harm to the universe. Individual wickedness does no harm to the recipient. It is only harmful to the perpetrator, and he has the option to be rid of it just as soon as he himself decides. To my determining will, my neighbour's will is as indifferent as his breath and his body. Sure, we are born above all for the sake of each other. Nevertheless, the directing mind of each of us has its own sovereignty. Otherwise, my neighbour's wickedness would be my own harm. And this was not God's intention, to leave my misfortune up to another. The sun appears to pour itself down, and indeed its light pours in all directions, but the stream does not run out. This pouring is linear extension. That is why its beams are called rays, because they radiate in extended lines. You can see what a ray is if you observe the sun's light entering a dark room through a narrow opening. It extends in a straight line and impacts, so to speak, on any solid body in its path which blocks passage through the air on the other side. It settles there and does not slip off or fall. Something similar will be true of the flow and diffusion of the universal mind, not an inexhaustible stream, but rather a constant radiation. And there will be nothing forceful or violent in its impact on the obstacles it meets. It will not fall off, but will settle there and illuminate what receives it. Anything unreflective will deprive itself of that light. He who fears death fears either unconsciousness or another sort of consciousness. Now, if you will no longer be conscious, you will not be conscious either of anything bad. If you are to take on a different consciousness, you will be a different being, and life will not cease. Men are born for the sake of each other, so either teach or tolerate. An arrow flies in one way, the mind in another. Yet even when it is keeping on the alert or circling round an inquiry, the mind moves no less directly and straight to its target. Enter into the directing mind of everyone, and let anyone else enter your own. Book 9. Injustice is sin. When universal nature has constituted rational creatures for the sake of each other, to benefit one another as deserved, but never to harm, anyone contravening her will is clearly guilty of sin against the oldest of the gods, because universal nature is the nature of ultimate reality to which all present existence is related. Lying, too, is a sin against the same goddess. Her name is Truth, and she is the original cause of all that is true. The conscious liar sins to the extent that his deceit causes injustice. The unconscious liar to the extent that he is out of tune with the nature of the whole and out of order with the nature of the ordered universe against which he fights. And it is fighting when he allows himself to be carried in opposition to the truth. He has received the prompts from nature. By ignoring them, he is now incapable of distinguishing false from true. Moreover, the pursuit of pleasure as a good and the avoidance of pain as an evil constitutes sin. Someone like that must inevitably and frequently blame universal nature for unfair distribution as between bad men and good, since bad men are often deep in pleasures and the possessions which make for pleasure, while the good often meet with pain and the circumstances which cause pain. Further, anyone who fears pain will also at times be afraid of some future event in the world, and that is immediate sin. And a man who pursues pleasure will not hold back from injustice, an obvious sin. Those who wish to follow nature and share her mind must themselves be indifferent to those pairs of opposites to which universal nature is indifferent. She would not create these opposites if she were not indifferent either way. So anyone who is not himself indifferent to pain and pleasure, death and life, fame and obscurity, things which universal nature treats indifferently, is clearly committing a sin. By universal nature treating these things indifferently, I mean that they happen impartially by cause and effect to all that comes into being, and owes its being to the fulfillment of an original impulse of providence. Under this impulse, providence set out from the first premise to establish the present order of the universe. She had conceived certain principles of what was to be, and determined generative powers to create substances, transformations, and successive regeneration. A man of sense and sensitivity would depart the company of men without ever tasting falsehood, pretense of any kind, excess, or pomp. The next best course is at least to sicken of these things before your final breath. Or do you prefer to sit at table with wickedness? Has your experience not yet persuaded you to shun this plague? Because the corruption of the mind is much more a plague than any such contaminating change in the surrounding air we breathe. The latter infects animate creatures in their animate nature. The former infects human beings in their humanity. Do not despise death. Welcome it rather as one further part of nature's will. Our very dissolution is just like all the other natural processes which life's seasons bring. Like youth and old age, growth and maturity, development of teeth and beard and grey hair, insemination, pregnancy, and childbirth. In the educated attitude to death, then, there is nothing superficial or demanding or disdainful, simply awaiting it as one of the functions of nature. And just as you may now be waiting for the child your wife carries to come out of the womb, so you should look forward to the time when your soul will slip this bodily sheath. If you want another criterion, unscientific but emotionally effective, you will find it quite easy to face death if you stop to consider the business you will be leaving and the sort of characters which will no longer contaminate your soul. You must not, of course, take offence at them, rather care for them and tolerate them kindly. But still remember that the deliverance death brings is not deliverance from the like-minded. This alone, if anything could, might pull you back and hold you to life, if you were allowed to live in the company of people who share your principles. But as things are, you see how wearisome it is to live out of tune with your fellows, so that you say, "Come quickly, death, or I too may forget myself." The sinner sins against himself. The wrongdoer wrongs himself by making himself morally bad. There can often be wrongs of omission as well as commission. These will suffice. The present certainty of judgment, the present social action, the present disposition well content with any effect of an external cause. Erase the print of imagination. Stop impulse. Quench desire. Keep your directing mind its own master. Irrational creatures share in one animate soul, and rational creatures partake in one intelligent soul. Just as there is one earth for all the things of earth, and one light to see by, one air to breathe for all of us who have sight and life. All things which share some common quality tend to their own kind. Everything earthy inclines to earth. Everything watery flows together, and the same with air, so they need physical obstacles to force a separation. Fire rises upwards because of the elemental fire, but it is nevertheless so eager to help the ignition of any fire here below that any material which is a little too dry is easily ignited, for the lack of ingredients which hinder combustion. So too everything which shares in a common intelligent nature tends equally, or yet more so, to its own kind. proportionate to its superiority over the rest, it is that much readier to mix and blend with its family. So right from the beginning among the irrational creatures, there could be seen hives, flocks, birds rearing their young, a sort of love. Already there were animate souls at work there, and in the higher orders, an increasingly strong collective bond which is not found in plants or stones or wood. And among the rational creatures, there were civic communities, friendships, households, assemblies, and in war treaties and truces. Among yet higher things there exists a sort of unity even at a distance, as with the stars. Thus the upper reaches of the scale of being can effect fellow feeling even when the members are far apart. Look then at what is happening now. Only the intelligent creatures have now forgotten that urge to be unified with each other. Only here will you see no confluence. They may run from it, but nevertheless they are overtaken. Such is the power of nature. Look carefully and you will see what I mean. You are more likely to find earth not returning to earth than a man cut off from man. Man, God, and the universe all bear fruit, each in its own due season. No matter if common use confines the strict sense of bearing fruit to vines and the like. Reason, too, has its fruit, both universal and particular. Other things grow from it which share its own nature. If you can, show them the better way. If you cannot, remember that this is why you have the gift of kindness. The gods, too, are kind to such people, and in their benevolence even help them achieve some ends, health, wealth, fame. You can do it too. Or tell me, who is stopping you? Work. Don't work as a miserable drudge, or in any expectation of pity or admiration. One aim only: action or inaction as civic cause demands. Today I escaped from all bothering circumstances, or rather I threw them out. They were nothing external but inside me, just my own judgments. All things are the same, familiar in experience, transient in time, sordid in substance. Everything now is as it was in the days of those we have buried. Mere things stand isolated outside our doors, with no knowledge or report of themselves. What then reports on them? Our directing mind. Good or ill for the rational social being lies not in feeling but in action, just as also his own virtue or vice shows not in what he feels, but in what he does. A stone thrown in the air, nothing bad for it on the way down, or good for it on the way up. Penetrate into their directing minds, and you will see what sort of critics you fear, and what poor critics they are of themselves. All things are in a process of change. You yourself are a subject to constant alteration and gradual decay. So too is the whole universe. You should leave another's wrong where it lies. The termination of an activity, the pause when an impulse or judgment is finished, this is a sort of death, but no harm in it. Turn now to the stages of your life. Childhood, say, adolescence, prime, old age. Here too each change a death. Anything fearful there? Turn now to your life with your grandfather, then with your mother, then with your adoptive father. And as you find many other examples of dissolution, change, or termination, ask yourself, was there anything to fear? So too there is nothing to fear in the termination, the pause, and the change of your whole life. Hurry to your own directing mind, to the mind of the whole, and to the mind of this particular man. To your own mind, to make its understanding just, to the mind of the whole, to recall what you are part of, to this man's mind, to see whether there is ignorance or design, and at the same time to reflect that his is a kindred mind. Just as you yourself are a complementary part of a social system, so too your every action should complement a life of social principle. If any action of yours, then, does not have direct or indirect relation to the social end, it pulls your life apart and destroys its unity. It's a kind of sedition, like an individual in a democracy unilaterally resigning from the common harmony. Children's tantrums and toys, tiny spirits carrying corpses. The underworld in the Odyssey strikes more real. Go straight to the qualifying cause and examine it separately from the material element. Then establish the maximum time for which this individual thing thus qualified can by its nature subsist. You have endured innumerable troubles by not leaving your directing mind to do the work it was made for. But enough. When another blames you, or hates you, or people voice similar criticisms, go to their souls, penetrate inside, and see what sort of people they are. You will realize that there is no need to be racked with anxiety, that they should hold any particular opinion about you. But you should still be kind to them. They are by nature your friends, and the gods too help them in various ways, dreams and divination, at least to the objects of their concern. The recurrent cycles of the universe are the same, up and down, from eternity to eternity, and either the mind of the whole has a specific impulse for each individual case, if so, you should welcome the result, or it had a single original impulse, from which all else follows in consequence. And why should you be anxious about that? The whole is either a god, then all is well, or if purposeless, some sort of random arrangement of atoms or molecules. You should not be without purpose yourself. In a moment the earth will cover us all. Then the earth too will change, and then further successive changes to infinity. One reflecting on these waves of change and transformation, and the speed of their flow, will hold all mortal things in contempt. The universal cause is a torrent, sweeping everything in its stream. So, man, what does that mean for you? Do what nature requires at this moment. Start straight away, if that is in your power. Don't look over your shoulder to see if people will know. Don't hope for Plato's utopian republic, but be content with the smallest step forward, and regard even that result as no mean achievement. How worthless are these little men, in the public eye, who think their actions have anything to do with philosophy. They are full of snot. And who will change their views? Without a change of view, what alternative is there to slavery? Men groaning and going through the motions of compliance? Go on, then. Talk to me now of Alexander and Philip and Demetrius of Phalerum. I shall follow them, if they saw the will of the universal nature and took themselves to her school. But if they simply strutted a dramatic role, no one has condemned me to imitate them. The work of philosophy is simple and modest. Do not seduce me to pompous pride. Take a view from above. Look at the thousands of flocks and herds, the thousands of human ceremonies, every sort of voyage in storm or calm, the range of creation, combination and extinction. Consider too the lives once lived by others long before you, the lives that will be lived after you, the lives lived now among foreign tribes. And how many have never even heard your name? How many will very soon forget it? How many may praise you now, but quickly turn to blame. Reflect that neither memory, nor fame, nor anything else at all has any importance worth thinking of. Calm acceptance of what comes from a cause outside yourself, and justice in all activity of your own causation. In other words, impulse and action fulfilled in that social conduct which is an expression of your own nature. You can strip away many unnecessary troubles which lie wholly in your own judgment, and you will immediately make large and wide room for yourself by grasping the whole universe in your thought, contemplating the eternity of time, and reflecting on the rapid change of each thing in every part. How brief the gap from birth to dissolution, how vast the gulf of time before your birth, and an equal infinity after your dissolution. All that you see will soon perish. Those who witness this perishing will soon perish themselves. Die in extreme old age, or die before your time. It will all be the same. What are the directing minds of these people? What are they set on? What governs their likes and values? Train yourself to look at their souls naked. When they think that their blame will be hurt or their praise advantage, what a conceit that is! Loss is nothing more than change. Universal nature delights in change, and all that flows from nature happens for the good. Similar things have happened from time everlasting, and there will be more such to eternity. So why do you say that everything has happened for the bad, and always will? That all those gods between them have evidently never found any power to right this, so the world is condemned to the grip of perpetual misery. The rotting of the base material of everything, water, dust, bones, stench. Again, marble is a mere deposit in the earth, gold and silver mere sediments. Your clothing is animal hair, your purple is fish blood, and so on with all else. And the vital spirit is just the same, changing from this to that. Enough of this miserable way of life. Enough of grumbling and aping. Why are you troubled? What is new in this? What is it that drives you mad? The cause? Then face it. Or rather the material? Then face that. Apart from cause and material, there is nothing. But you should even now, late though it is, see to your relation to the gods also. Make yourself simpler and better. 3 years is as good as 100 in this quest. If he did wrong, the harm is to himself. But perhaps he did not do wrong. Either all things flow from one intelligent source and supervene, as in one coordinated body, so the parts should not complain at what happens in the interest of the whole, or all is atoms, and nothing more than present stew and future dispersal. Why then are you troubled? Say to your directing mind, are you dead? Are you decayed? Have you turned into an animal? Are you pretending? Are you herding with the rest and sharing their feed? Either the gods have power or they do not. Now, if they have no power, why pray? If they do not have power, why not pray for their gift of freedom from all worldly fear, desire, or regret, rather than for the presence or absence of this or that? Certainly, if the gods can cooperate with men, they can cooperate to these ends. But you might say, the gods have put these things in my own power. Is it not then better to use your own power in freedom, rather than show a servile and supine concern for what you cannot control? And who told you that the gods do not help us even to the ends which lie within our own power? At any rate, pray about these things. and you will see. One man prays, "How can I sleep with that woman?" Your prayer is, "How can I lose the desire to sleep with her?" Another prays, "How can I be rid of that man?" You pray, "How can I stop wanting to be rid of him?" Another, "How can I save my little child?" You, "How can I learn not to fear his loss?" And so on. Give all your prayers this turn, and observe what happens. Epicurus says, "In my illness my conversations were not about the sufferings of my poor body, and I did not prattle on to my visitors in this vein, but I continued to discuss the cardinal principles of natural philosophy, with particular reference to this very point, how the mind shares in such disturbances of the flesh, while still preserving its calm and pursuing its own good." He goes on, "I did not allow the doctors either to preen themselves on any great achievement, but my life continued fine and proper." An example then for you in sickness, if you are sick, and in any other circumstance. All schools agree that you should not abandon philosophy in any eventualities of life, nor join the ignorant chatter of the uneducated layman. Concentrate only on the work of the moment, and the instrument you use for its doing. Whenever you are offended at someone's lack of shame, you should immediately ask yourself, "So, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world?" It is not possible. Do not then ask for the impossible. This person is just one of the shameless, inevitably existing in the world. Have the same thought ready for the rogue, the traitor, every sort of offender. The recognition that this class of people must necessarily exist will immediately make you kinder to them as individuals. Another useful thought of direct application is the particular virtue nature has given us to counter a particular wrong. Gentleness is given as the antidote to cruelty, and other qualities to meet other offences. In general, you can always re-educate one who has lost his way, and anyone who does wrong has missed his proper aim and gone astray. And what harm have you suffered? You will find that none of these who excite your anger has done anything capable of affecting your mind for the worse, and it is only in your mind that damage or harm can be done to you. They have no other existence. Anyway, where is the harm or surprise in the ignorant behaving as the ignorant do? Think about it. Should you not rather blame yourself for not anticipating that this man would make this error? Your reason gave you the resource to reckon this mistake likely from this man, yet you forgot, and are now surprised that he went wrong. Above all, when you complain of disloyalty or ingratitude, turn inward on yourself. The fault is clearly your own, if you trusted that a man of that character would keep his trust, or if you conferred a favour without making it an end in itself, your very action its own and complete reward. What more do you want, man, from a kind act? Is it not enough that you have done something consonant with your own nature? Do you now put a price on it? As if the eye demanded a return for seeing, or the feet for walking. Just as these were made for a particular purpose, and fulfill their proper nature by acting in accordance with their own constitution, so man was made to do good, and whenever he does something good or otherwise contributory to the common interest, he has done what he was designed for, and inherits his own. Book 10. My soul, will you ever be good, simple, individual, bare, brighter than the body that covers you? Will you ever taste the disposition to love and affection? Will you ever be complete and free of need, missing nothing, desiring nothing, live or lifeless for the enjoyment of pleasure? Or time for longer enjoyment, or amenity of place, space and climate, or good company? No. Will you not rather be satisfied with your present state and take pleasure in all that is presently yours? Will you not convince yourself that all your experience comes from the gods, that all is well, and all will be well for you, or that the gods see fit to give you now and hereafter in the maintenance of that perfect being which is good and just and beautiful, which generates all things, sustains and contains all things, embraces all things as they dissolve into the generation of others like them? Will you ever be such as to share the society of gods and men without any criticism of them or condemnation by them? Observe what your physical nature requires as one subject to the condition of mere life. Then do it and welcome it, as long as your nature as an animate being will not be impaired. Next, you should observe what your nature as an animate being requires. Again, adopt all of this, as long as your nature as a rational being will not be impaired. And rational directly implies social. Follow these rules and no further fuss. All that happens is an event either within your natural ability to bear it or not. So if it is an event within that ability, do not complain, but bear it as you were born to. If outside that ability, do not complain either. It will take you away before you have the chance for complaint. Remember, though, that you are by nature born to bear all that your own judgment can decide bearable or tolerate in action if you represent it to yourself as benefit or duty. If he is going wrong, teach him kindly and show him what he has failed to see. If you can't do that, blame yourself, or perhaps not even yourself. Whatever happens to you was being prepared for you from everlasting, and the mesh of causes was ever spinning from eternity both your own existence and the incidents of this particular happening. Whether atoms or a natural order, the first premise must be that I am part of the whole which is governed by nature. The second, that I have some close relationship with the other kindred parts. With these premises in mind, insofar as I am a part, I shall not resent anything assigned by the whole. Nothing which benefits the whole can be harmful to the part, and the whole contains nothing which is not to its benefit. All organic natures have this in common, but the nature of the universe has this additional attribute, that no external cause can force it to create anything harmful to itself. So remembering that I am a part of a whole so constituted will leave me happy with all that happens to me. And insofar as I have some close relationship with the other kindred parts, I shall do nothing unsocial, but rather look to the good of my kin and have every impulse directed to the common benefit and diverted from its opposite. All this in operation guarantees that life will flow well, just as you would judge a citizen's life in proper flow when he moves on through acts which benefit his fellow citizens and welcomes all that his city assigns him. The parts of the whole, all that form the natural complement of the universe, must necessarily perish. And perish should be taken in the sense of change. Now, if nature made this perishing of the parts detrimental to them as well as necessary, the whole would be poorly maintained, when its parts are always on the way to change and specifically constituted to perish. Did nature deliberately undertake to harm the parts of herself, to render them both exposed to harm and necessarily condemned to fall into harm? Or did she not notice these consequences? Hard to believe either. But if someone abandons the concept of nature and explains these things as just the way they are, how absurd it is to combine the assertion that the parts of the whole are naturally subject to change with surprise or resentment as if this change was something contrary to nature, especially as the dissolution of each thing is into the elements of which it is composed. Dissolution is either a scattering of the component elements or the change of solid to earth and spirit to air, so that these two are subsumed into the reason of the whole, whether the whole is periodically turned to fire or renews itself through eternal mutations. And do not imagine that this solid and this spirit are the same as at original birth. All this was gathered only yesterday, or the day before, from the influx of food consumed and air breathed in. So what changes is the gathered influx, and not what your mother bore. Suppose now that this influx has close implication in your individual self. That, I think, has no bearing on the present argument. Claim your entitlement to these epithets: good, decent, truthful. In mind clear, cooperative, and independent. And take care then not to swap them for other names. And if you do forfeit these titles, return to them quickly. Remember, too, that clarity of mind was meant to signify for you discriminating attention to detail and vigorous thought. A cooperative mind, the willing acceptance of the dispensation of universal nature, independence of mind, the elevation of your thinking faculty above the calm or troubled affections of the flesh, above paltry fame or death, or any other indifferent thing. So if you keep yourself true to these titles, not just grubbing for this acclamation from others, you will be a new man and enter a new life. To continue the same man as you have been up to now, to be torn apart and defiled in this life you live, is just senseless self-preservation, like that of half-eaten gladiators who, mauled all over and covered in blood by the wild beasts, still plead to be kept alive for the next day, when in their same state they will meet again those same claws and teeth. Launch yourself, then, on these few claims. If you can stay within them, stay there like a man translated to some paradise, the islands of the blessed. But if you feel yourself falling away and losing control, retire in good heart to some corner where you will regain control, or else make a complete exit from life, not in anger, but simply, freely, with integrity, making this leaving of it at least one achievement in your life. A great help to keeping these claims to virtue fresh in your mind will be to keep your mind on the gods, remembering that what they want is not servile flattery, but the development of all rational beings into their own image. They want the fig tree to do the proper work of a fig tree, the dog of a dog, the bee of a bee, and man, the proper work of man. Farce, war, frenzy, torpor, slavery. Day by day those sacred doctrines of yours will be wiped out, whenever you conceive and admit them untested by natural philosophy. Every perception, every action must both satisfy the circumstantial and exercise the theoretical, so that you preserve the confidence of precise knowledge in every particular, this confidence unobtrusive, but not concealed. Because when will you take your pleasure in simplicity? When in dignity? When in the knowledge of each individual thing? What is its essential nature, its place in the world, its natural span of existence? What are its components? To whom can it belong? Who can give it and take it away? A spider is proud to trap a fly. Men are proud of their own hunting. A hare, a sprat in the net, boars, bears, summation prisoners. If you examine their motives, are they not all bandits? Adopt a systematic study of the way all things change into one another. Pay constant attention to this aspect of nature and train yourself in it. Nothing is so conducive to greatness of mind. One so trained has divested himself of his body, recognizing that in almost no time he will have to leave all this behind and depart from the world of men. He has devoted his entire self to justice in his own actions, and to the nature of the whole in all things external. He does not even give a thought to what others will say, or suppose about him, or do against him, but is content to meet those two conditions: his own integrity in each present action, and glad acceptance of his present lot. He has abandoned all other preoccupations and ambitions, and his only desire is to walk the straight path according to law and, in doing so, to follow in the path of God. What need of prompt or hint, when it is open to yourself to discern what needs to be done, and, if you can see your way, to follow it with kind but undeviating intent? If you cannot see the way, hold back and consult your best advisers. If some other factors obstruct this advice, proceed on your present resources, but with cautious deliberation, keeping always to what seems just. Justice is the best aim, as any failure is in fact a failure of justice. A man following reason in all things combines relaxation with initiative, spark with composure. As soon as you wake from sleep, ask yourself, will it make any difference to you if others criticize what is in fact just and true? No, it will not. You will have surely not forgotten what these people who whinny in praise or blame of others are like in their bed and at their board. The sort of things they do and avoid or pursue, their cheating and stealing, not with hands and feet, but with the most precious part of themselves, the part where, if allowed, there grows trust, decency, truth, law, the spirit of goodness. Nature gives all and takes all back. To her, the man educated into humility says, "Give what you will, take back what you will." And he says this in no spirit of defiance, but simply as her loyal subject. The time you have left is short. Live it as if you were on a mountain. Here or there makes no difference, if wherever you live, you take the world as your city. Let men see, let them observe a true man living in accordance with nature. If they cannot bear him, let them kill him. A better fate than a life like theirs. No more roundabout discussion of what makes a good man. Be one. Keep constantly in your mind an impression of the whole of time and the whole of existence, and the thought that each individual thing is, on the scale of existence, a mere fig seed. On the scale of time, one turn of a drill. Consider any existing object and reflect that it is even now in the process of dissolution and change, in a sense regenerating through decay or dispersal. In other words, to what sort of death each thing is born? What sort of people are they when eating, sleeping, coupling, shitting, etc.? Then what are they like when given power over men? Haughty, quick to anger, punishing to excess. And yet, just now they were slaves to all those needs, for all those reasons, and shortly they will be slaves again. What universal nature brings to each is brought to his benefit. The benefit stands at the time of its bringing. Earth loves the rain. The proud sky loves to give it. The whole world loves to create futurity. I say then to the world, I share your love. Is this not the source of the phrase, "This loves to happen"? Either you live on here, used to it now, or you retire, your own decision to leave. Or you die, your service done. No other choice. Be cheerful then. Always have clear in your mind that the grass is not greener elsewhere, and how everything is the same here as on the top of a mountain, or on the seashore, or wherever you will. Plato's words you will find directly apposite, walling himself afold on a mountain, and milking his flock when they bleat. What is my directing mind to me? What am I turning it into now? What use am I making of it? Is it drained of intelligence? Is it divorced and broken off from society? Is it so interfused and welded to the flesh that it sways with its tides? A slave running from his master is a fugitive. Law is our master. The lawbreaker is therefore a fugitive. But also in the same way, pain, anger, or fear denote refusal of some past, present, or future order from the governor of all things. And this is law, which legislates his lot for each of us. To feel fear, then, pain or anger, is to be a fugitive. A man deposits his sperm in a womb and goes away. Thereafter, another cause takes over, does its work, and produces a baby. What a result from what a beginning. Then again, the child takes food down its throat, and now another causal sequence takes over, creating sensation and impulse, the whole of life and strength, and all manner of other wonderful things. Look then at what happens in such mystery, and see the power at work, just as we see the force which weighs things down or carries them up, not with our eyes, but no less clearly. Constantly reflect that all the things which happen now have happened before. Reflect, too, that they will happen again in the future. Have in your mind's eye whole dramas with similar settings, or that you know of from your own experience or earlier history. For example, the whole court of Hadrian, the whole court of Antoninus, the whole court of Philip, Alexander, Croesus, all the same as now, just a different cast. Picture everyone voicing pain or discontent at anything, as like a pig at a sacrifice, kicking and squealing, just the same as the man who keeps it to himself, silently resentful on his bed. Think of all the threads that bind us, and how only rational creatures are given the choice of submitting willingly to events. Pure submission is forced on all. Consider each individual thing you do, and ask yourself whether to lose it through death makes death itself any cause for fear. Whenever you take offense at the wrong done by another, move on at once to consider what similar wrong you are committing. It could be setting value on money or pleasure or reputation, and so on through the categories. This reflection will quickly damp your anger, aided by the further thought that the man is acting under compulsion. What else can he do? Or, if you can, remove the cause of his compulsion. When you see Satyrine, or Eutyches, or Hymen, picture them in Socrates' circle. When you see Eutychian, or Sylvanus, picture Euphrates. When you see Tropiophorus, picture Alciphron. When you see Severus, picture Crito or Xenophon. And when you look at yourself, picture one of the Caesars. For each, then, a parallel in the past. Then let this further thought strike you. Where are those men now? Nowhere. Or wherever. In this way you will always look on human life as mere smoke and nothing, especially if you remind yourself, also, that what has once changed will be no more for the infinity of time. Why then this stress? Why not be content with an orderly passage through the brief span you have? And what material situation? What role are you seeking to escape? What is all this other than an exercise for that reason which has looked at all of life with close and scientific inquiry? Stay on, then, until you have assimilated all this too, just as a strong stomach assimilates all food, or a bright fire turns all that you throw onto it into flame and light. Let no one have the chance to accuse you, with any truth, of not being sincere or a good man. Make sure that anyone taking this view of you is a liar. This is wholly up to you. Who is there to prevent you being good and sincere? You must just decide to live no longer if you won't have these qualities, and reason too abandons the man who won't. In any given material circumstance, what can be done or said to soundest effect? Whatever that is, it is in your power to do it or say it, and make no pretense of obstacles in the way. You will never cease moaning until you experience the same pleasure in making an appropriately human response to any circumstance you meet or face as the hedonist does in his indulgence. A response, that is, in keeping with man's constitution. Because you should regard as enjoyment any action you can take in accord with your own nature, and you can do that anywhere. Now, the roller does not have the gift of following its own movement wherever it will, nor does water, or fire, or anything else subject to a nature of life without reason. There are many barriers or impediments in their way, but mind and reason have the power, by their nature and at their will, to move through every obstacle. Keeping clear in your view this easy facility of reason to carry through all things, like fire rising, a stone falling, a roller on a slope. Stop looking for anything more. Any remaining hindrances either come from the corpse which is our body, or, without the judgment and consent of our own reason itself, have no power at all to break or harm. Otherwise, anyone meeting such hindrance would immediately become bad himself. With all other organisms, any harm occurring to any of them makes them worse in themselves. But in our case, to put it so, a person actually becomes better and more praiseworthy for the right use of the circumstances he meets. Generally, remember that nothing harms the citizen of nature other than what harms the city, and nothing harms the city other than what harms the law. None of our so-called misfortunes harms the law. So what is not harmful to the law does not harm either city or citizen. One bitten by the true doctrines needs only a very short and commonplace reminder to lose all pain and fear. For instance, the wind scatters 1 year's leaves on the ground. So it is with the generations of men. Your children are no more than leaves. Leaves too these loud voices of loyal praise, these curses from your opponents, this silent blame or mockery. Mere leaves, likewise those with custody of your future fame. All these come round in the season of spring, but then the wind blows them down, and the forest puts out others in their stead. All things are short-lived. This is their common lot. But you pursue likes and dislikes, as if all was fixed for eternity. In a little while you too will close your eyes, and soon there will be others mourning the man who buries you. The healthy eye must look at all there is to be seen, and not say, "I only want pale colours." This is a symptom of disease. The healthy ear and nose must be ready for all sounds or smells, and the healthy stomach must accept all food in the same way that a mill accepts all it was made to grind. And so the healthy mind too must be ready for all eventualities. The mind which says, "My children must live," or "There must be popular acclaim for all I do," is the eye demanding pale, or the teeth demanding pap. No one is so fortunate as not to have standing round his deathbed some people who welcome the fate coming on him. Was he the earnest sage? Then maybe there will be someone at his final moment saying to himself, "We can breathe again now, rid of this schoolmaster." He was not hard on any one of us, but I could feel his silent criticism of us all. So much for the earnest sage. But in our case, how many other reasons are there for a general wish to be rid of us? You will think of this when you are dying, and your departure will be the easier if you reason to yourself, "I am leaving the sort of life in which even my colleagues, on whose behalf I have expended so much effort, prayer, and thought, even they want me out of the way, doubtless hoping for some relief from my death. So why should anyone cling to a longer stay here on earth? Do not, though, for that reason feel any less warmth for them as you depart this life, but keep true to your own character, friendly, kind, generous. Again, your leaving of them should not be any wrench from life, but rather that easy slipping of the soul from the body's carapace, experienced by those dying at peace. Nature bound you to them, and made them your colleagues, but is now releasing you. My release is like parting from kinsmen, but I do not resist or need to be forced. This too is one of the ways to follow nature. As far as you can, get into the habit of asking yourself in relation to any action taken by another, what is his point of reference here? But begin with yourself. Examine yourself first. Remember that what pulls the strings is that part of us hidden inside, and that is the power to act. That is the principle of life. That, one could say, is the man himself. So never give any equal thought to the vessel which contains it or the organs built round it. These are an instrument, like an axe, differing only in their attachment to the body. There is no more use in these parts without the agency which starts or stops them than in the shuttle without the weaver, the pen without the writer, the whip without the driver. Book 11. The properties of the rational soul. It looks on itself, it shapes itself, it makes itself however it wishes to be. It gathers for itself the fruit it bears, whereas the fruit of plants and the corresponding produce of animals is gathered by others. It achieves its own end wherever the limit of life is set. Unlike a ballet or a play or such like, where any interruption aborts the whole performance. In every scene, and whenever it is cut off, the rational soul has its own program complete and entirely fulfilled, so it can say, I am in possession of my own. Further, the rational soul traverses the whole universe and its surrounding void, explores the shape of it, stretches into the infinity of time, encompasses and comprehends the periodic regeneration of the whole. It reflects that our successors will see nothing new, just as our predecessors saw nothing more than we do. Such is the sameness of things. A man of 40 with any understanding whatsoever has, in a sense, seen all the past and all the future. Particular qualities, too, of the rational soul are love of neighbour, truthfulness, integrity, no higher value than itself. This last is a defining quality of law also. There is thus no difference between the true principle of philosophy and the principle of justice. You will think little of the entertainment of song or dance or all-in wrestling if you deconstruct the melodic line of a song into its individual notes and ask yourself of each of them, is this something that overpowers me? You will recoil from that admission. So too with a comparable analysis of dance, by each movement and each pose, and the same again with wrestling. Generally then, with the exception of virtue and its workings, remember to go straight to the component parts of anything, and through that analysis come to despise the thing itself. And the same method should be applied to the whole of life. What a noble thing is the soul ready for its release from the body. If now must be the time, and prepared for whatever follows, extinction, dispersal, or survival, but this readiness must come from a specific decision, not in mere revolt like the Christians, but thoughtful, dignified, and, if others are to believe it, undramatic. Have I done something for the common good? Then I too have benefited. Have this thought always ready to hand, and no stopping. What is your profession? Being a good man. But this can only come about through philosophic concepts, concepts of the nature of the whole, and concepts of the specific constitution of man. First, tragedies were brought on stage to remind you of what can happen, that these happenings are determined by nature, and that what moves you in the theatre should not burden you on the larger stage of life. You can see the way things must turn out, and even those who cry, "O Cytheron," must bear them. There are some useful sayings, too, in the tragedians. A prime example is, "If I and my 2 sons are no more the gods' concern, this too will have its cause." Again, mere things, brute facts, should not provoke your rage. And ripe ears of corn are reaped, and so are lives, and many others like that. After tragedy, the old comedy was introduced. There was educational value in its unbridled frankness, and this plain speaking was of itself a useful warning against pomposity. Diogenes, too, adopted this trait to a similar end. After this, examine the nature of middle comedy, and the purpose of the subsequent adoption of new comedy, which gradually slipped into the mere artistry of imitation. True, it is recognized that these writers too said some useful things, but what was the whole thrust and aim of this sort of poetry and drama? How clearly it strikes you that there is no other walk of life so conducive to the exercise of philosophy as this in which you now find yourself. A branch cut from its neighbouring branch is necessarily cut away from the whole tree. In the same way, a human being severed from just one other human has dropped from the whole community. Now the branch is cut off by someone else, but a man separates himself from his neighbour by his own hatred or rejection, not realizing that he has thereby severed himself from the wider society of fellow citizens. Only there is this gift we have from Zeus, who brought together the human community. We can grow back again to our neighbour and resume our place in the complement of the whole. Too often repeated, though, such separation makes it harder to unite and restore the divided part. In sum, the branch which stays with the tree from the beginning of its growth and shares its transpiration is not the same as the branch which is cut off and then regrafted, whatever the gardeners say. Share their stock, but not their doctrines. Just as those who try to block your progress along the straight path of reason will not be able to divert you from principled action, so you must not let them knock you out of your good will towards them. Rather, you should watch yourself equally on both fronts, keeping not only a stability of judgment and action, but also a mild response to those who try to stop you, or are otherwise disaffected. To be angry with them is no less a weakness than to abandon your course of action and capitulate in panic. Both amount equally to desertion of duty, either being frightened into retreat, or setting yourself at odds with your natural kinsmen and friends. No nature is inferior to art. In fact, the arts imitate the variety of natures. If that is so, then the most perfect and comprehensive of all natures could not be surpassed by any artistic invention. Now all arts create the lower in the interests of the higher, so this is the way of universal nature too. And indeed here is the origin of justice, from which all other virtues take their being, since there will be no preservation of justice if we are concerned with indifferent things, or gullible, and quick to chop and change. The external things whose pursuit or avoidance troubles you do not force themselves on you, but in a way you yourself go out to them. However that may be, keep your judgment of them calm, and they too will stay still. Then you will not be seen either to pursue or to avoid. The soul is a sphere which retains the integrity of its own form if it does not bulge or contract for anything, does not flare or subside, but keeps the constant light by which it sees the truth of all things and the truth in itself. Someone despises me, That is his concern. But I will see to it that I am not found guilty of any word or action deserving contempt. Will he hate me? That is his concern. But I will be kind and well-intentioned to all, and ready to show this very person what he is failing to see, not in any criticism or display of tolerance, but with genuine goodwill, like the famous Phocion, if, that is, he was not speaking ironically. This should be the quality of our inner thoughts, which are open to the God's eyes. They should see a man not disposed to any complaint and free of self-pity. And what harm can you suffer if you yourself, at this present moment, are acting in kind with your own nature and accepting what suits the present purpose of universal nature, a man at full stretch for the achievement, this way or that, of the common good? They despise each other, but still toady to each other. They want to win, but still grovel. The rotten pretense of the man who says, "I prefer to be honest with you." What are you on about, man? No need for this preface. The reality will show. It should be written on your forehead, immediately clear in the tone of your voice and the light of your eyes, just as the loved one can immediately read all in the glance of his lovers. In short, the good and honest man should have the same effect as the unwashed. Anyone close by as he passes detects the aura, willy-nilly, at once. Calculated honesty is a stiletto. There is nothing more degrading than the friendship of wolves. Avoid that above all. The good, honest, kindly man has it in his eyes, and you cannot mistake him. Live through life in the best way you can. The power to do so is in a man's own soul, if he is indifferent to things indifferent. And he will be indifferent if he looks at these things both as a whole and analysed into their parts, and remembers that none of them imposes a judgment of itself or forces itself on us. The things themselves are inert. It is we who procreate judgments about them, and, as it were, imprint them on our minds. But there is no need for imprinting at all, and any accidental print can immediately be erased. Remember, too, that our attention to these things can only last a little while, and then life will be at an end. And what, anyway, is the difficulty in them? If they are in accord with nature, welcome them, and you will find them easy. If they are contrary to nature, look for what accords with your own nature and go straight for that, even if it brings you no glory. Anyone can be forgiven for seeking his own proper good. With each object of experience, consider its origin, its constituents, what it is changing into, what it will be when changed, and that no harm will come to it. First, how do I regard my relation to them, and the fact that we were all born for each other, and turning the argument that I was born to be their leader, as the ram leads his flock and the bull his herd, but start from first principles. If not atoms, then nature governing all. If so, then the lower in the interests of the higher, and the higher for each other. Second, what sort of people they are at table, in bed, and so on. Most of all, what sort of behaviour their opinions impose on them, and their complacent pride in acting as they do. Third, if what they do is right, no cause for complaint. If wrong, this is clearly out of ignorance and not their wish. Just as no soul likes to be robbed of truth, so no soul wants to abandon the proper treatment of each individual as his worth deserves. At any rate, these people resent the imputation of injustice, cruelty, selfishness, in a word, crimes against their neighbours. Fourth, you yourself have many faults, and are no different from them. If you do refrain from some wrongs, you still have the proclivity to them, even if your restraint from wrongs, like theirs, is due to the fear or pursuit of public opinion, or some other such poor motive. Fifth, you are not even sure that they are doing wrong. Many things are done as part of a larger plan, and generally one needs to know a great deal before one can pronounce with certainty on another's actions. 6. When you are high in indignation, and perhaps losing patience, remember that human life is a mere fragment of time, and shortly we are all in our graves. 7th, it is not their actions which trouble us, because these lie in their own directing minds, but our judgments of them. Well, remove these judgments. Make up your mind to dismiss your assessment of some supposed outrage, and your anger is gone. And how to remove them? By reflecting that no moral harm is caused you. If moral harm were not the only true harm, it would necessarily follow that you yourself are guilty of causing much harm, and become a robber, a rogue. 8th, the greater grief comes from the consequent anger and pain, rather than the original causes of our anger and pain. 9th, kindness is invincible, if it is sincere, not fawning or pretense. What can the most aggressive man do to you if you continue to be kind to him? If, as opportunity arises, you gently admonish him and take your time to re-educate him at the very moment when he is trying to do you harm? No, son. We were born for other purposes than this. There is no way that I can be harmed, but you are harming yourself, son. And show him delicately how things are, making the general point that bees do not act like this, or any other creatures of gregarious nature. But your advice must not be ironic or critical. It should be affectionate, with no hurt feelings, not a lecture or a demonstration to impress others, but the way you would talk to someone by himself, irrespective of company. Keep these 9 points in your mind. Take them as gifts from the Muses, and begin at long last to be a human being while life remains. You should avoid flattery as much as anger in your dealings with them. Both are against the common good and lead to harm. In your fits of anger, have this thought ready to mind, that there is nothing manly in being angry, but a gentle calm is more human and therefore more virile. It is the gentle who have strength, sinew, and courage, not the indignant and complaining. The closer to control of emotion, the closer to power. Anger is as much a sign of weakness as is pain. Both have been wounded and have surrendered. Now, if you will, take a 10th gift from the leader of the Muses, the thought that it is madness to expect bad men to do no wrong. That is asking for the impossible. But it is cruel tyranny to allow them such behavior to others, while demanding that they do no wrong to you. There are 4 particular corruptions of the directing mind, for which you must keep constant watch, and eliminate them whenever you detect them, in each case applying one of these formulas. This mental image is superfluous. This could weaken the bond of community. This would not be yourself speaking. To say what you do not feel should be regarded as the height of contradiction. And the 4th case for self-reproach is that in which the more divine part of you loses the contest and bows to the lower, mortal part, the body, and its gross pleasures. All the elements of air and fire that are mingled in you have a natural tendency to rise, but nevertheless obey the dispensation of the whole, and are kept waiting here in the compound of the body. And all the elements of earth and water in you, whose tendency is to sink down, are nevertheless raised up and stay in a position unnatural to them. So even the elements are obedient to the whole. Assigned their place, they are forced to stay there, until the signal authorizing their dissolution once more is given from that same source. So is it not strange that it is only your intelligent part which rebels and complains of the place given it? And yet there is nothing forced on it, only what accords with its own nature. But still it refuses to comply and sets off in the opposite direction. Any movement towards acts of injustice or self-indulgence, to anger, pain, or fear, is nothing less than apostasy from nature. Further, whenever the directing mind feels resentment at any happening, that too is desertion from its proper post. It was constituted not only for justice to men, but no less for the reverence and service of God. This also a form of fellowship, perhaps yet more important than the operation of justice. The man without one and the same aim in life cannot himself stay one and the same throughout his life. The maxim is incomplete unless you add what sort of aim that should be. Judgments vary of the whole range of various things taken by the majority to be goods in one way or another, but only one category commands a universal judgment, and that is the good of the community. It follows that the aim we should set ourselves is a social aim, the benefit of our fellow citizens. A man directing all his own impulses to this end will be consistent in all his actions, and therefore the same man throughout. The hill mouse and the house mouse, and the frightened scurrying of the house mouse. Socrates used to call the popular beliefs bogies, things to frighten children with. At their festivals, the Spartans would put seats for visitors in the shade and sit themselves wherever they could. Socrates to Perdiccas of Macedon, declining the invitation to visit him, to avoid dying the worst of deaths, that is, the inability to return in-kind benefits received. In Epicurean writings, there is laid down the precept that one should continually keep in mind one of those who followed the path of virtue in earlier times. The Pythagoreans say, "Look at the sky at dawn," to remind ourselves of the constancy of those heavenly bodies, their perpetual round of their own duty, their order, their purity, and their nakedness. No star wears a veil. Think of Socrates in his underclothes, when Xantippe had gone out with his coat, and what he said to his friends retiring in embarrassment when they saw the state of his dress. In writing and reading you must learn before you can teach, yet more so in life. You were born a slave, you have no voice, and the heart within me laughed. They will pour scorn on virtue and sting with their abuse. Only a madman looks for figs in winter, just as mad to hope for a child when the time of this gift is past. Epictetus used to say that when you kiss your child, you should say to yourself, "Tomorrow you may be dead." But these are ominous words. "No," he replies, "nothing is ominous which points to a natural process. Otherwise it would be ominous to speak of the corn being reaped." Grapes unripe, ripened, raisined, all changes, not into non-existence, but into not yet existence. No thief can steal your will. So Epictetus. Another saying of his, "We must discover an art of assent, and in the whole field of our impulses, take care to ensure that each impulse is conditional, has a social purpose, and is proportionate to the value of its goal. We must keep absolutely clear of personal motivation, and at the same time show no disinclination to anything outside our immediate control." Again, so this is not a contest for a trivial prize. At issue is madness or sanity. Socrates used to question thus, "What do you want to have? The souls of rational or irrational beings?" Rational? What sort of rational beings? The pure or the lower? The pure. Then why don't you aim for that? Because we have it. Why then your fighting and disagreements? Book 12. All that you pray to reach at some point in the circuit of your life can be yours now, if you are generous to yourself. That is, if you leave all the past behind and trust the future to providence, and direct the present solely to reverence and justice. To reverence, so that you come to love your given lot. It was nature that brought it to you, and you to it. To justice, so that you are open and direct in word and action, speaking the truth, observing law and proportion in all you do. You should let nothing stand in your way, not the iniquity of others, not what anyone else thinks or says, still less any sensation of this poor flesh that has accreted round you. The afflicted part must see to its own concern. If, then, when you finally come close to your exit, you have left all else behind, and value only your directing mind and the divinity within you, if your fear is not that you will cease to live, but that you never started a life in accordance with nature, then you will be a man worthy of the universe that gave you birth. You will no longer be a stranger in your own country, no longer meet the day's events as if bemused by the unexpected, no longer hang on to this or that. God sees all our directing minds stripped of their material vessels, their husks and their dross. His contact is only between his own intelligence and what has flowed from him into these channels of ours. If you train yourself to do the same, you will be rid of what so much distracts you. Hardly likely is it that one blind to the enveloping flesh will spend his time eyeing clothes, houses, reputation, or any other such trappings and stage scenery. There are three things in your composition: body, breath, and mind. The first two are yours to the extent that you must take care for them, but only the third is in the full sense your own. So if you separate from yourself, that is, from your mind, all that others say or do, or that you yourself have said or done, or that troubles you for the future, or that your encasing body and associated breath bring on you without your choice, or that is whirled round in the external vortex encircling us, so that your power of mind, transcending now all contingent ties, can exist on its own, pure and liberated, doing what is just, willing what happens to it, and saying what is true. If, as I say, you separate from this directing mind of yours the baggage of passion, time future and time past, and make yourself like Empedocles, perfect round rejoicing in the solitude it enjoys, and seek only to perfect this life you are living in the present, you will be able at least to live out the time remaining before your death, calmly, kindly, and at peace with the God inside you. I have often wondered how it is that everyone loves himself more than anyone else, but rates his own judgment of himself below that of others. Anyway, if a god or some wise tutor appeared at his side and told him to entertain no internal thought or intention which he won't immediately broadcast outside, he would not tolerate this regime for a single day. So it is that we have more respect for what our neighbours will think of us than we have for ourselves. However was it that the gods, who have ordered all else so well, and with such love for men, overlooked this one thing, that some men, the very best of them, those who had conducted, as it were, the most commerce with the divine, and reached the closest relation to it through their acts of devotion and their observances, that these men, once dead, should meet perpetual extinction rather than some return to existence. Now, if this is indeed the case, you can be sure that if it should have been otherwise, the gods would have made it otherwise. because if that were right, it would also have been possible, and if in accordance with nature, nature would have brought it about. Therefore, the fact that it is not otherwise, if indeed that is a fact, should assure you that it ought not to be otherwise. You can see for yourself that in raising this presumptuous question, you are pleading a case with God. But we would not enter such a debate with the gods if they were not supremely good and supremely just. And if that is so, they would not have let any part of their ordered arrangement of the world escape them through neglect of justice or reason. Practice even what you have despaired of mastering. For lack of practice, the left hand is awkward for most tasks, but has a stronger grip on the bridle than the right. It is practiced in this. How one should be in both body and soul when overtaken by death. The shortness of life, the immensity of time future and past, the feebleness of all things material. Look at causation stripped bare of its covers. Look at the ulterior reference of any action. Consider, what is pain? What is pleasure? What is death? What is fame? Who is not himself the cause of his own unrest? Reflect how no one is hampered by any other, and that all is as thinking makes it so. The model for the application of your principles is the boxer rather than the gladiator. The gladiator puts down or takes up the sword he uses, but the boxer always has his hands and needs only to clench them into fists. See things for what they are, analyzing into material, cause, and reference. What liberty! Man has to do only what God will approve, and to welcome all that God assigns him in the course of nature. Do not blame the gods. They do no wrong, willed or unwilled. Do not blame men either. All their wrongs are unwilled. No one, then, should be blamed. How absurd, and a complete stranger to the world, is the man surprised at any aspect of his experience in life. Either the compulsion of destiny, and an order allowing no deviation, or a providence open to prayer, or a random welter without direction. Now, if undeviating compulsion, why resist it? If a providence admitting the placation of prayer, make yourself worthy of divine assistance. If an ungoverned welter, be glad that in such a maelstrom you have within yourself a directing mind of your own. If the flood carries you away, let it take your flesh, your breath, all else, but it will not carry away your mind. The light of a lamp shines on, and does not lose its radiance until it is extinguished. Will then the truth, justice, and self-control which fuel you fail before your own end? Presented with the impression that someone has done wrong. How do I know that this was a wrong? And if it was indeed a wrong, how do I know that he was not already condemning himself, which is the equivalent of tearing his own face? Wanting the bad man not to do wrong is like wanting the fig tree not to produce rennet in its figs, babies not to cry, horses not to neigh, or any other inevitable fact of nature. What else can he do with a state of mind like his? So if you are really keen, cure his state. If it is not right, don't do it. If it is not true, don't say it. Your impulse on every occasion should be to a complete survey of what exactly this thing is which is making an impression on your mind, to open it out by analysis into cause, material, reference, and the time span within which it must cease to be. Realize at long last that you have within you something stronger and more numinous than those agents of emotion which make you a mere puppet on their strings. What is in my mind at this very moment? Fear, is it? suspicion, desire, something else of that sort? First, nothing aimless or without ulterior reference. Second, no reference to any end other than the common good. That in a short while you will be nobody and nowhere, and the same of all that you now see and all who are now alive. It is the nature of all things to change, to perish and be transformed, so that in succession different things can come to be. That all is as thinking makes it so, and you control your thinking. So remove your judgments whenever you wish, and then there is calm, as the sailor rounding the cape finds smooth water and the welcome of a waveless bay. Any one individual activity which comes to an end at the appropriate time suffers no harm from its cessation, nor has the agent suffered any harm simply because this particular action has ceased. In the same way, then, if the total of all his actions which constitutes a man's life comes to an end at the appropriate time, it suffers no harm from the mere fact of cessation, nor is the agent who brings this series of actions to a timely end exposed to any harm. The time and the term are assigned by nature, sometimes man's own nature, as in old age, but in any case by the nature of the whole, which through the constant changing of its constituent parts keeps the whole world ever young and fresh. Now anything which benefits the whole is always fine and ripe. It follows that for each of us there is certainly no harm in the cessation of life, as there is no shame either, not self-chosen, not damaging to the common interest. Rather, there is good, in that it falls in due season for the whole, thereby both giving and receiving benefit. Thus, too, a man walks with God's support when his choice and his direction carry him along God's own path. 3 thoughts to keep at hand. First, in your own actions, nothing aimless or other than justice herself would have done. In external happenings, either chance or providence is at work, and one should not blame chance or indict providence. Second, the nature of each of us from conception to the first breath of soul, and from that first breath to the surrender of our soul. What elements form our constitution, and will be the result of our dissolution. Third, that if you were suddenly lifted up to a great height, and could look down on human activity and see all its variety, you would despise it, because your view would take in also the great surrounding host of spirits who populate the air and the sky, and that, however many times you were lifted up, you would see the same things, monotony and transience. Such are the objects of our conceit. Jettison the judgment, and you are saved. And who is there to prevent this jettison? When you fret at any circumstance, you have forgotten a number of things. You have forgotten that all comes about in accordance with the nature of the whole, that any wrong done lies within the other. Further, that everything which happens was always so in the past, will be the same again in the future, and is happening now across the world, that a human being has close kinship with the whole human race, not a bond of blood or seed, but a community of mind. And you have forgotten this, too, that every man's mind is God and has flowed from that source, that nothing is our own property, but even our child, our body, our very soul have come from that source, that all is as thinking makes it so, that each of us lives only the present moment, and the present moment is all we lose. Continually review in your mind those whom a particular anger took to extremes, those who reached the greatest heights of glory or disaster or enmity or any other sort of fortune. Then stop and think. Where is it all now? Smoke and ashes, a story told, or even a story forgotten. At the same time, this whole class of examples should occur to you. Fabius Catilinus in his country house, Lucius Lupus in his town gardens, Stertinius at Baiae, Tiberius in Capri, Velleius Rufus, and generally any obsession combined with self-conceit. Think how worthless all this striving is. How much wiser to use the material given you to make yourself in all simplicity just, self-controlled, obedient to the gods. The pride that prides itself on freedom from pride is the hardest of all to bear. To those who ask, "Where then have you seen the gods? What conviction of their existence leads you to this worship of them?" I reply first that they are in fact visible to our eyes. Secondly, and notwithstanding, that I have not seen my own soul either, and yet I honour it. So it is with the gods too. From my every experience of their power, time after time, I am certain that they exist, and I revere them. The salvation of life lies in seeing each object in its essence and its entirety, discerning both the material and the causal, in applying one's whole soul to doing right and speaking the truth. There remains only the enjoyment of living in a linked succession of good deeds, with not the slightest gap between them. One light of the sun, even though its path is broken by walls, mountains, innumerable other obstacles. One common substance, even though it is broken up into innumerable forms of individual bodies. One animate soul, even though it is broken up into innumerable species with specific individualities. One intelligent soul, even though it appears divided. Now in all the above, the other parts, such as mere breath, or that material which is insensate, have no direct affinity to each other, yet even here a link is formed by a sort of unity and the gravitation of like to like. But the mind has this unique property. It reaches out to others of its own kind and joins with them, so the feeling of fellowship is not broken. What more do you want? To live on? Or is it to continue sensation and impulse? To wax and then to wane? To make use of your voice, your mind? What in all this strikes you as good cause for regret? But if every one of these objects is contemptible, go on then to the final aim, which is to follow reason and to follow God. To value these other things, to fret at their loss which death will bring, militates against this aim. What a tiny part of the boundless abyss of time has been allotted to each of us, and this is soon vanished in eternity. What a tiny part of the universal substance and the universal soul. How tiny the whole earth, the mere clod on which you creep. Reflecting on all this, think nothing important other than active pursuit where your own nature leads, and passive acceptance of what universal nature brings. How does your directing mind employ itself? This is the whole issue. All else, of your own choice or not, is just corpse and smoke. The clearest call to think nothing of death is the fact that even those who regard pleasure as a good and pain as an evil have nevertheless thought nothing of death. For one whose only good is what comes in its own proper season, who is equally content with a greater or lesser opportunity to express true reason in his actions, to whom it makes no difference whether he looks on this world for a longer or a shorter time. For him, even death has no terrors. Mortal man, you have lived as a citizen in this great city. What matter if that life is 5 or 50 years? The laws of the city apply equally to all. So what is there to fear in your dismissal from the city? This is no tyrant or corrupt judge who dismisses you. but the very same nature that brought you in. It is like the officer who engaged a comic actor, dismissing him from the stage. But I have not played my 5 acts, only 3. True, but in life 3 acts can be the whole play. Completion is determined by that being who caused first your composition, and now your dissolution. You have no part in either causation. Go then in peace. The God who lets you go is at peace with you.